Hey, okay, did you click the sound thing on? This is not a Sam thing. This is legitimately every stream we apparently have a sound. Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Fingers crossed. I am Sax Carr. You're watching the Saving Throw Show. This is the Phoenix Dawn Command game. This is our 6th session. Awesome. I continue now. It's been 2 weeks. I continue to feel like I'm filling the seat of Keith Baker, even though he was a guest. Keith, we love you. This is his game that we are playing. We love it. The brass tacks, if you are new to the game, is this is a game where we use cards instead of dice. Each one of our characters has a deck of cards that they draw from, which are their abilities, and they form spreads of cards which they place in front of the camera there, and that's how they take actions. We're going to do our best today and in future games to explain how we reach the numbers we do, which can sometimes be confusing, but there's a lot of little nuances to the game which are hard to communicate through the stream, so sometimes you get bonuses that you may not see. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask Sam, and Sam will pass them on to me here on my monitor. Also, in this game, you level up by dying. So right now we have 2 rank 2 Phoenixes, 1 rank 3 Phoenix, and 1 rank 4 Phoenix. That means they've died X many times, 1 more than the rank they have, I guess. And they... it
means they died the appropriate number of times.
Yeah. And they're all... and they get more powerful as they rank up, and there's 7. You can only do it 7 times though, so at some point you have to calm down on the dying. The new thing today that we're adding for the first time ever are our flare abilities, which you can look if you go to. If someone in the chat puts exclamation point donations, you can get the link to the donations page where you can see how all the flares work. For today, as we're sort of feeling this out, we're not going to allow XP donation or XP purchases of the flares because we don't really know how much they'll break the game, and you all have so much XP from that month we thought we were going to get rid of it that you will just do it to me all game. So you're actually going to have to full on pay $8 to see any of these abilities. There are positive flares and negative flares for each character. The positive flares are all combat based. So for example, Mac gets a defense benefit, and you can add status effects to people and all that, and it lasts for a whole combat. The negatives are all role-playing based because we all know we enjoy role-playing. So you can pay $8 to force Mac to basically snarl her way through a conversation by forcing her to let the bestial side take over.
And that will be as if Mac was in real life.
Yeah. I mean, I toned it back for this show.
Right. I actually think you look more woven today than normal. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the hair.
You've been wearing the fangs for like 3 sessions, but like I feel like you're snouting out a bit. Oh, whatever.
Finally, he notices.
Just saying, you're looking a little muzzly. But so you can make Mac, you can make Varya have trouble holding the wolf back. You can make Idalia turn into a Disney movie villain queen. You can basically slowly kill his character by making him slowly run out of speed through the thing, and then you can also the alternative for that, the negative, if you will, for Eerie is to make him a normal boy for a whole encounter.
He's a real boy. Seeing a lot of Disney happening.
So the benefits and the negatives are all, you're just going to put exclamation point donations in the chat, and it'll tell you, and I have them all listed here, and you can send them forward, and Sam will send them to me. Sam Proof is our chat captain today. Then you can see how those work out. And at some point down the line, we'll eventually make them XP donations once we make sure they're not game-breaking. And there's even, I think you can see the ones in there for Ink. Ink's not with us today, so obviously you can't donate for that. And we'll eventually figure out whatever the ones are for Beans. It's very hard to have a negative one for Beans because Beans is already a crazy person with multiple accents.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't want to do the Eerie thing and make like Beans be normal for a whole session because I don't think Talene can pull it off. But also,
that is
instead of accents, we step it up to languages.
Yeah,
and you just can't understand what she's saying the entire fucking time.
I really hope if you have only $8 to spend on flares between now and like the end of time, I would save it because I want somebody to trigger Michael, who's not with us today. Michael's negative is that he becomes unstuck in time, so he has to like answer things that happened a few like earlier in the conversation later, and then he has to do like predictive ansers and kind of hope. And I'll try and write to like ask the question.
And then the doctor shows up and he goes off in the blue box.
Yeah, so you can his negative his role play negative is a real challenge. But yeah, so that's all that. So let's introduce the characters that we're playing with today, and we're going to have a real great. This is going to be a highly interactive session. Oh, sorry, one more thing. I know I've been talking to you guys for a while about the Patreon backers being able to create the rival wing. We've determined the best way to do that is that we're going to have a private Patreon backer only stream that we're going to schedule with you guys. Dom will reach out and try and find a good time. Keith Baker is going to join us in that stream, and we're going to make all 6 members of the wing together collectively then. And so you'll get a whole chance to sort of work with Keith on why the characters are what they are and like figure out what it is to be a bitter character. I gotta say, we definitely have stretched the bounds of character identity here. We're innovating in this game already. But Keith can help us, and so you and the 6 of you who donated the $25 level, each one of you will be able to name one of the Phoenixes in the rival wing, but then the actual who they are and how they act and what they look like, we'll just do it collectively as a group, and we'll kind of make that all up. And then at some point along the way, we'll get some art too, so that you Patreon backers can feel the love and see the art that you created. So that's going to happen soon. But first off, let's meet the characters. So let's start with Varya.
Hi, I'm Mac Beauvais. I am a actor, writer, do all the things. I'm the thing in the corner of your eyes when you think you're alone in the room. Yeah. And I'm playing Varya, who is from the Bitter School. She is basically slowly turning into a giant bestial werewolf character. And really isn't that far away from who I am as a person.
Go ahead.
Robert Chan, I'm a podcaster. I'm going to be singing the national anthem tonight at the Pack Theater at midnight if you want to come see that. That's not a thing I was expecting to do. I forgot that I was going to do that. I'm playing Eerie, who is it's the body of a 9-year-old boy, and but like the soul of one of those creepy J-horror ghosts. He a couple of sessions ago, he lost a dear friend of his, Tosh, and so he wears the Scavi mask to remind him.
To eat a soup.
Tosh gone, but not
to eat
forgotten.
a soup.
All right, so go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tara, performer, actor, lately back in my writer-producer shoes, which is life-saving. And I play Idalia. She's a devoted, it's basically like healer, empath, that kind of thing. She's, as Sax nicely put it last week, a golden goddess. Blue-skinned golden goddess, but a little bit dotty, too, on top of it, I like to think, but handy to have around.
Hi, I'm Sean. I have another show that happens before this one, and probably you've seen it. Also, I am a comedian here in Los Angeles. I do live comedy things, and I'm a storyteller. I'm playing Kelvin. Kelvin dies as is needed in ways that are helpful and not worthless. Kelvin's first death, similarly, was full of point and was not worthless. I think that's key to know. And Kelvin has opinions on things, period.
All right. So I'm gonna sort of we'll get ahead of the story here for a second. Mac, do you want to put your 4
Nope.
soldiers there?
Nope.
Okay.
The ones you have me draw like 2 seconds before
they're
we.
great.
They look great.
So Mac has created each. You'll hear the story reasons for this in just a second. But Mac has created 4 soldier pictures for our characters. Each one of them is going to have 4 attendant soldiers on this next mission. They've all named at least one of them. Sean named all 4 of his. They've all named at least one of them. What's that?
Can I give the names real quick?
Yeah. What are the names?
Okay, so originally it was Steven, Aaron, Mylan, and Paulin, and then I realized I missed a real good joke at the end. So I killed Paulin, and instead it's Jeremy Lin. So
You killed Paul Lynn. That's terrible.
I forgot you did that. I love that.
Oh,
my
we all
favorite
love
Sax
Paul
things.
Lynn. Sean, is your mic on?
do I need to face it a little bit better? I could.
Does yours have a battery? Because mine didn't earlier. I was just
They
really
sneak off
loud.
sometimes.
Like Sax. I'm learning from Sax being really loud.
Yeah, you gotta be loud. As long as you're loud enough so people can hear you in their own homes.
Guys, all right.
Mics
So
are unnecessary.
here's the deal. You have got to hit that switch. When you turn on your mic, you've got to hit that switch.
hit
That's
that switch.
key. Absolutely key.
We have so with all of Sean's off the table, with the Lynn family off the table, we have a total of 9 of the soldiers to be named. So if you want to toss out some names into the chat room, Sam Proof will grab them and give them to me. We'll name 9 of the soldiers, and then once we have all 9 soldiers named, or rather, we'll introduce all 9 soldiers in a few minutes when they're actually introduced to the characters, and then we'll go through and you can help me give each one of them a little benefit that they can apply to each of the characters who they're working with, which will make them all the more interesting not to murder.
I'm happy to rename any of these ones too, because it could very well be that, Kelvin, having been in the military before, having people underneath him, he may have just decided that these were their names and called them that for a period of time, and maybe he just needs to be corrected on what their names actually are.
Let's go. I mean, I don't want to put the chat out by asking them to name more than 9 people, or Sam out for having to remove penis from every third suggestion.
Yeah, that's a good point. People in chat are generally real dumb. I would agree. I would agree with that, Sax. I'm with you on that.
You know what, though?
You're
They could disprove that by giving money to make us do cool stuff in the
That's
game.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, they're not going to donate for me. I already know that. They're like, oh,
Well, I mean,
this guy
everybody
is.
else except you, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Give everybody else nice stuff.
Okay, so here is where we're at. So over the course of the last 5 games, the Reborn Wing, which is the name for this wing, which seems to be a prophesied wing that seems to have some sort of strange future laid out for them that no one is telling them, but everyone is giving them weird looks as they walk around the Grand Eerie on Pyre. They have been sent on several missions having to do with the chant. The chant is a terrible, infectious song that makes you either sing it and become a sort of fast zombie, or if you don't sing it, they kill you. So you're either immune to the chant but not immune to bricks, or you are not immune to the chant. And so the chant breaks out in weird places. No one knows why. And the chant will take out whole cities because everyone will just become chanters, and chanter mobs, eventually chanters sort of burn themselves out, and some of them become whisperers who are sort of floating telekinetic monstrosities. And they're the real, as much as there is lots of crazy dangers in this world, chanters are the one that like people in their house are afraid of because they never know when their neighbor is going to start chanting and then they're dead.
Yeah.
But this wing has gotten some traction in figuring out what the chant is all about, having met 2 different chant outbreaks and defeated both of them, and in both cases received a small stone fragment. The marshals, which are the leaders of the Phoenixes, have decided that this wing is specially suited to handle the chant. And as such, you've been called into a meeting with the entire Marshal Council, and they brought you into the sort of you're in the central grand the Imperial Flame Room on the Grand Eerie of Pyre, and none of the attendants are here. It's just the marshals, but only Winter speaks. She says, "Well, now we have to do something we never thought we would do, which is return somewhere the chant has truly hit us hard. As you might know, when you recently were sent to the capital to recover that doctor from one of the old battlements, that doctor had been a refugee from Mardenford. Mardenford being one of the major cities of the capital, or of Ilona, and having fallen to the chant some time ago. It has been essentially no man's land since, and you know that, as we know, that chanters eventually fall, and in theory it should be safe, but we've kept everyone back for fear that there might still be some infectious element at hand. We've already sent Beans and Ink on an advanced scouting mission into the city, so they'll join you there eventually. But for now, we're going to send the 4 of you. We'll send you to the nearest Eerie through the Imperial Flame, where you'll meet with a specially chosen cadre of soldiers that we've selected. They've all fought the chant and survived, and it's our understanding from research that we received from you that someone who has been infected and then cured, usually by the chant outbreak being moved too far away from the chant outbreak, or in the case of all of you, by ending the chant outbreak, they are thus immune. So we feel like these 12 soldiers that we're assigning to you, these 16 soldiers that we're assigning to you, are going to continue to be immune. And so we're going to send them in with you as a special crack squad to enter the city and hopefully recover the fragment or whatever caused the outbreak in Mardenford to begin with. We have reason to believe that while the chanters eventually burn themselves out, I mean, we're talking about a whole city, so there are survivors, and those survivors that eventually fall to the chant and then return to the chanter mobs. So there may still be an active chanter presence in Mardenford. There also may be the if you will, species of chanter that you fought before, the whalers, who seem to be able to exist past the death that fells the rest of the chanters. And of course, somewhere deep within the city itself, there may still be whisperers, as we've come to call them, the giant telekinetic force that seems to animate these soldiers. We don't know if any of that is true, but we haven't been able to send anyone safely in some time. Obviously, the march from the Eerie to Mardenford is going to be a reasonably short one, but it's still going to be a situation where if you fall in Mardenford, you won't be able to reinforce your group before it is too late. So please be careful and do your best to survive. That said, the ink and beans and also part of another wing have been dispatched to the area of the city. They may be able to reinforce you in an emergency, and we're doing our best to reactivate an area that we think is on the other side of the city, which might even get you closer. But all that is something that is hopeful, but not guaranteed. So, for the
known unknown is what you're saying.
Yes. So, until then, unless anyone has any questions, your mission is to enter the city, retrieve the fragment. If you can, put to rest any chanter outbreak that currently exists in the city so that Mardenford can be reclaimed. And then, long tail, use the 3 fragments we have and any information you gather to trace the chant to its source and hopefully end it for good. That won't happen today or tomorrow or for another 100 days necessarily, but you're the wing that's going to put this to rest. So, any questions?
No, I'm glad we have 16 people that aren't garbage.
Well, do your best to bring some of them back. The elemental marshal sets up the Imperial Flame to send you out. The marshals are all sort of chattering amongst themselves. And as you're talking to them, you can see the sort of signal candles for all the different areas all around are like signaling different things back in. So clearly, the world is not going to stop being chaotic simply because you're on one mission.
Yeah.
And they quickly sort of herd you to the fire, and with hopes of sending you out, so they can get the rest of the Phoenix Wings together and try and put something together.
They're not whispering anything particularly interesting, are they?
No, they're just the machinations of people who control their destiny, I suppose. All right, so you head through, which, as you know, involves you incinerating and then being reconstructed in the worst version of the transporter ever.
Oh, my favorite.
And you come back fresh in fresh versions of your armor. So Mac, you're essentially like, how wolfish are you by default now?
Not like full-on horror movie, but there's definitely like the eyes are yellow, the posture is a lot more hunched. She's actually started to have claws that are sort of all the time now, and lightly tipped with the Pyrean steel. So it almost seems like her axe is losing a little bit of its, weight, and is starting to transfer over to that. But definitely like pointed ears, everything just like screams feral at this point, and there is a little bit of like fur growth. Like her cloak has actually started to meld into her skin permanently.
All right.
Which I'm sure they'll be really happy to see when we get there.
All right, so you head through, and yeah, there is a bit like the Eerie keepers and the flame keeper are kind of like, we know what's coming, we know what's coming, we know what's coming, we know what's coming, and then you show up and like, no, oh God, and then like oh, fainting, and then they eventually sort of get over it. I mean, there are a fair amount. There's actually a surprisingly large amount of phoenixes that are just empty armor at this point. So like, there's some. They're kind of used to the more monstrous ones, but you definitely have like an imposing presence.
I like to think Idalia's gotten used to coming in last and be like, all right, get over it. To everybody in there, and then they feel like okay around us.
Yeah, that's how I feel like Varya comes through and it's just like, calm the fuck down. And he walks away.
Idalia does her touch and it's like, it's fine.
It might just be quicker to have several fainting couches.
Yeah.
There's a weapon rack, there's a fainting couch. I pick up the fainting couch and I hit everything with it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Make my job harder, thank you, Varya.
All right, so you come through, and they're gonna quickly sort of spirit you over to your waiting sort of cadre of soldiers. So why don't you introduce us to the soldier that you've named, and tell us what you can about this, just so you can put her there for as little for whatever benefit they have of seeing the picture. Why don't you show us your soldier?
All right. That is Lorraine, because I felt like that was a name that I wanted to write on paper. I haven't thought about anything interesting about her yet. I like maybe the idea that she's actually maybe a little bit more religious than some of the other ones, and so Varya's presence is a little like, maybe is a demon and not actually a phoenix.
Okay.
Like she's just sort of like, maybe she tries to exercise me the whole time. I don't know.
All right, so
exercise, not exercise. Though.
So I'm gonna give you a set here based on suggestions. So in addition to Lorraine, you also have John Crichton, Aaron Sun, and Chiana. So you have 3 Farscape characters.
Awesome.
All right, so we can remove those from the list, and
When you say Crichton, which
Chiana and Aaron Sun.
All right, I wasn't sure which all they gave me.
All right, and I can't that lower area there where you're currently in now. I can't see all that. All right, so so chat. Aaron Sun, John Crichton, well, all 4 of her characters that you've just heard all need to have, each one needs to give her a +2 benefit to a certain skill or ability. So they can be +2 attack, +2 defense, it can be +2 to scouting, it can be +2 to nature, and you can go ahead and give us suggestions for that, and we'll assign those in a second. So
thanks for giving me all names that I don't remember how to spell. So I just kind of did whatever.
It's all right. These characters aren't going to like show up here. Chiana was always my favorite, by the way. Any Farscape fans out there, I was a huge Chiana fan.
Great.
I love how what's his name? Who played John Crichton? I can never remember. Yeah, that guy who was eventually on. He had all these nicknames for the actors, and he would call them by accident on set. So they just decided that those were John Crichton's nicknames for those characters to make it easier. So that's why John Crichton has nicknames for all the characters, is because that actor couldn't stop himself from calling them the actors the nicknames he had for them. So, and I believe Chiana's nickname was Sparky, which is what I have nicknamed Erika Ishii, friend of the show.
Yeah.
So, and I can't get her in the makeup to save my life. But so next through is the slowly chilling out Phoenix, elemental Phoenix, Kelvin.
Yep.
And Kelvin, you can go ahead and show people who you've got there. So.
This is Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin was a soldier. He's actually been a soldier for a while. But people just hadn't heard of him. Then all of a sudden, he just like wildly burst onto the scene at one point in time. People got very excited. He has a lot of fans. But then, as of late, hasn't really done much. So that's Jeremy Lin.
Okay.
You best not be talking crap about that soldier, because
you're a fan of.
yeah, me and my people, real big fans.
Let me just say I love Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin is very impressive. He's a strong fighter, and I'm gonna just wheel back on any of the negativity you heard.
Okay, so I can already see in the chat here, which I also monitor, that John Crichton's going to give you +2 to scouting there, so you can add that to his little benefit. And then, of course, is it Stephen?
I have Stephen, Mylan, and Aaron.
Stephen, Mylan, Aaron, and Jeremy Lin.
And Jeremy Lin.
You can give us +2s for all those characters if you want, chat. And that can, again, it can be +2 attack, it can give me +2 defense, it can be +2 to negotiations, or it can be something specific if you want. So, all right, and then next.
Hook me up with a +2 attack through Jeremy Lin, guys. That makes sense. That actually makes sense.
All right. Next up is Idalia, who they've learned not to send Eerie through until last because 2 of you back to back is too much. So Idalia.
Whatever,
comes in.
he's just
I
a
did the laying on
cloak.
of hands intermittently. So. I've got Tilapia. I gave her a scar because they're cool, but then I realized, given her name, maybe it's gills that she stitched up.
Okay.
Or maybe a hook.
Or maybe a hook.
Oh,
Yeah.
She was catch and release.
So maybe she's got an issue with a Windiri, or she's really close with them. I don't know. But yeah, she's got a story there.
All right.
That I don't know what it is. But
Okay, so in addition to Tilapia, you also have Penelope Pitstop. I'm assuming that was supposed to be not Nelope Pitstop. I think Jonald Chump
Donald Trump.
and Pip. So,
Easiest of the names.
yes, and again,
Donald Chump.
Donald Chump.
Chump.
oh yeah. Someone has pointed out that actually Chiana was Pip. You're right. Chiana was Pip, and what was his name? Sparky was the little guy in the floating chair.
I can't think of his name.
Man, I gotta watch that show.
again.
It's so good.
After this, we're just gonna go and
Yeah.
like marathon it.
Well, and now you know what we're doing for the rest of our weekend. All right.
Playing World of Warcraft.
All right. Yes, and Tilapia gives you +2 defense. By the way.
Slippery.
Literally.
All right. And Steven is +2 to negotiations. Is there a Steven on Steven?
Oh, Steven, yeah.
Steven.
Yeah.
Sequin.
Steven? Is there a Steven here?
Okay. And then last in is Eerie, who again gets a gasp from everybody. And Eerie, which is your named?
This is Officer Chomperello. Used to be with the Alonian Dirt Path Patrol. His partner Nodge was killed in the line of duty. He usually goes. You can usually find him walking around with a little bag of chaps with him. A big fan of chaps.
All right, great. So, and then you also have Philip Ness, Optimus, and Ben Browder, who apparently appears twice in today's show. Ben Browder was John Crichton. So,
That was the name.
yes.
Oh, nice.
All right. And don't worry, Megatron and Mr. Anderson and Bill will find places for you.
Who was the first one?
Let's see, Optimus,
Ben
Ben
Browder.
Browder, and what was the other one? Crap.
Philip Ness.
Philip Ness, thank you. Jeremy Lin is +2 to accuracy. We'll make
I
it
love
plus-
it. Yeah, that's great.
You know what? Go ahead and make it +2 to accuracy, and we'll figure out how that applies later on. That works out well for me.
Lord.
Okay, so we still have Lorraine, Chiana, and Aaron Sun over there. We have Officer Chopperello, Ben Browder, Optimus, and Philip Nasty Ness, Pip, Penelope Pitstop, and what was that other one? Oh,
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. If you have any pluses for them, we don't really need them until they get into combat or whatever, but go ahead and give them to us.
Yeah, Aaron and Mylan would really like some help here, guys.
Yes.
Because right now, when I talk to them, they are terrible to talk to. They have no personality. They're just blank slates. I hate talking to them.
And also remember that the way it works with sort of friends is that if you take more than one wound, then in fact you only take one wound and you lose that many attendants. So you have to, if you want to keep them alive, you're going to have to do your best to either avoid damage or they're going to start hemorrhaging.
They knew the job was dangerous when they took it.
Yes.
I agree.
Donald Trump is going to give you +2 to blustering.
Oh God.
Yep, that's great.
he's gonna die first if I
Yeah.
get doing it. Okay.
They're just marching him out like into the
Right,
traps.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Donald, why don't you go check that out?
He's just fodder.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so
And yet
while
still
you're
not
filling that
dead.
out,
It's like we
He just
can't-
wants to build
like
a wall
horror,
around.
like a horror movie villain, you just can't get rid of Donald Trump.
so we so the previous game, if you will, that happens here on the Sammy Throw Show is the Darkstone campaign, which is in the Dungeon World setting. And in Dungeon World, you can do a thing called Spout Lore, where you basically just say a thing that is a truth fact, and if you roll the dice,
really
it is
cool.
actually true.
Yeah.
And
Or?
or if you fail, then it's not true, or the opposite is true.
Yeah.
And so Talene, normally Beans here with us, was playing a halfling, and every time they encountered something, she would throw a pebble at it to see if it was real. And someone rolled spouted lore to claim that was how all halflings encounter everything.
Yeah.
Whenever they meet a new thing, they throw a rock at it to see if it's real.
Yeah.
Which is weirdly reminiscent of how the Norse actually were, where you would when you first met someone, you would stand there for like an hour so they would make sure you weren't like a mirage.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. I mean, and the score came through. So whenever two halflings met each other, they would bonk each other in the head with pebbles.
Yeah, exactly.
That was brilliant.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's
sorry.
how she
That's
checked for
beautiful.
traps. That's how she checked to see if there was anything weird about skeletons or doors or just everything. She had a pocket full of pebbles.
Ready to go.
Yep. All right. So
That's
Aaron
beautiful.
Stone gets +2 to killing things.
Yeah!
Nice.
Just guaranteed that she will be the last to die on,
+2.
on Max.
I'm gonna write +2 murder.
Okay,
Yeah.
+2 to murder.
Yep, that makes sense.
Oh wait, that was Aaron.
Oh, that's Aaron?
Oh yeah.
No!
Yes.
Give that to Aaron Stone. It's much better. Aaron will give you +2 defense.
+2 defense for Aaron.
Yeah.
Got it.
See how it is. Thanks, chat.
So we still have Lorraine and Shiana over there,
Yeah.
and all of Chan's, and most
I've got
of
Mylan.
I got
Mylan's up. Yeah.
two folks who need a purpose.
Look, we get it. You're popular, okay? God.
Here's the thing that I know about chat. Much like me, they like to be abused.
That's true.
You know, it's like, listen, you're garbage. You're human garbage.
Yeah.
Why else would you be watching me? Otherwise, you just want people to talk shit to you. I like it too. I say, hey, spit in my mouth.
Hard cut to Sean tied up later
Yep.
while playing World of Warcraft and watching.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to stop playing WoW.
Just because I'm getting.
I'm just going to multitask.
That's right off the table.
The show's why I drink. More.
Yes. Speaking of which, do you have any more beer, or are you?
No, I'm all beered out.
damn.
I didn't realize that pumpkin beer was going to be that popular tonight.
You need a guy like Jordan.
And I'm an asshole, and I kept 2 for myself.
Oh, well, it's fine. Did Jordan walk off with the
I
rest of
offered
the
mine
remaining?
There was only
But
one
You
tall
drank
boy
through the
left.
tall boys? Wow.
My beer.
Yeah.
All right, I will go with a Coke then if someone can hand me a Coke. That was a sad fallback.
Someone. See over here.
Usually I overbring alcohol. This is like the one
Okay.
time that I underdosed.
Gianna's going to give you a +2 benefit for scamming or lying.
Nice.
I'm going to a school theme party tonight. Like after this, I'm going to a party that's like high school themed. So there's naughty schoolgirls is by the default for all people of all genders, but also like people doing school things. But what they did, which is kind of awesome, I don't know. I have to ask them how they did it. Is they got like Capri Sun containers, and then they injected alcohol into them, like with a syringe, and I guess it maintains its integrity, so it just becomes an alcoholic Capri Sun.
That's like
boy.
urban legend status.
Yeah.
That's like the razor blades and the apple's only awesome.
Yeah, only awesome.
Yeah.
And actually real.
In a world where like weird creeps make things better. Someone's like, I got a bunch of Capri Suns and I went boozing them because I like people to have a good party.
Love it.
That apparently never happened, by the way. I think I was reading recently that.
Oh, the
did,
razor blades and apples?
There was actually one instance of it, and it was really fucked up because it was actually a father trying to like injure his children.
Yeah, so it wasn't just even random Halloween people.
Yeah, like
There's that
did it
thing-
to his own kids.
As a kid, I feel like people tampering with products was a much bigger problem. Like,
There was a lot
that
of
was the
talk about
quicksand
that.
of our era, where people were like, "Watch out! Someone's gonna put
Yeah.
stuff in your product so they don't have a tamper-free
Yeah.
seal," and then that never happened to anyone ever.
I'm like
also so-
hospitals where you
yeah.
could go and like X-ray scan your candy.
Yep.
Super weird.
I noticed I am still super freaked out if I buy something at the grocery store and I twist it. I'm like, wait, did I already open it, or was it like did it not click? Like, oh my god, you're always freaked out.
Whereas I will literally eat candy off the ground. So if I see a piece of candy on the ground, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna eat that shit.
Yeah,
All right.
no, I'm with you. I can't blame you. All right, so who do we have left? We've got Lorraine is left on Mac's squad.
I've got Mylan.
Everyone on Eerie's squad.
Yeah.
This is, actually, they all have qualities, but they're all too afraid to talk to Eerie, so we haven't learned it.
Yeah, they're terrified of Eerie.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a great stash, though.
Yeah.
Stash.
You've made him into the villainous doctor character from Dune.
You weigh?
La tooth.
Yeah.
La tooth.
All right.
I just imagine you're like Buddy the Elf, though, and Santa Claus is giving him advice, and he's like, if you find gum stuck under things, it's not free candy.
Okay, Lorraine,
Disagree.
despite being religious per your expression, is going to get a +2 to pain.
Oh.
I get pain, Lorraine. I guess makes sense.
Yeah.
Pain, knots, or torture. So you
what? Just
How Catholic of her.
right.
So-
Should I put +2 to Catholicism?
Yeah. And if Lorraine would like to, if you want to make sure that Sean gets Lorraine's number for later after the game.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to push too hard.
No.
You know.
That'd be desperate.
That's for her
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. Lorraine will let me know.
All right, so we still have Pip and Penelope Pitstop over here, and
Penelope
then
Pits.
everyone on this team. Let us know, and then we'll get started. It's actually good because I have kind of a short session today, so I wanted to give you guys a chance to really get nice and invested in these characters that are definitely not going to make it.
This used to be my playground.
Well,
I was actually half tempted to put that engineer that you guys saved in as one of your associates, so that you had to keep passing around to avoid killing her.
I have this great thing where anytime there's a disposable NPC that's just blah, 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 and then you guys leave. My party, my home group never does that. They're like, you should come with us. And it's oh God. And they always just want to keep the NPC around. And then I just start every single time I turn the NPC into just a suicidal maniac. I'm like, I want this NPC gone, so I'm gonna find a way for them to die. The party will sacrifice their own lives to save this person who is of no consequence. The attachment is real.
My home groups back in Maine, the number one thing we would always remember is that you can't trust NPCs.
Yep.
So whenever you'd have a new player, it's always well, we'll go on this flank, and the NPCs will do this. You're like, no. As soon as you stop looking at NPCs, they fail everything.
Right.
NPCs never do that. You never get Pip gets a +2 to Great Expectations. Okay, sure.
Right. That's awesome.
We'll figure out how that. So Pip gets +2 to Expectations.
She's wearing a habit.
I don't know how you're going to play that, Tara, but
No.
apply
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I was drawing. What?
+2 expectations.
Pip.
Oh, sorry.
Pip.
+2
sorry.
to Expectations.
Well, see, I saw
and then-
Pip stop. I
And
thought
the
this
officer
was
gets +2 to killing stuff. So in the same vein,
Oh boy.
Expectations.
Yep.
we're front loading the.
Oh, Ben Browder is a little bit of a hippie. Smells patchouli.
old
Listens
Benny
to
boy.
the band Fish, spelled with an F.
Oh, with an F?
Yeah. Well, I mean, where are we, man?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so we only have those three and Penelope Pitstop left to.
And Mylan.
and Mylan to assign powers to.
I've been watching a lot of RuPaul's Drag Race, so fish means a whole other thing to me these days.
What does it mean?
Well, there are regions that drag people try to recreate that some refer to as fishy. That it's a positive thing, though. It's I'm going to leave it there, but you can carry on with that. It's a good show, by the way.
I something
Only
really
reality show I watch.
So one of the shows that I want to propose to Saving Throw to come on later, to add when we expand, is I know a guy. So this to circle around for a second.
We get it. You have friends.
Freaks and Geeks, right? I love Freaks and Geeks, and my favorite part of Freaks and Geeks is at the end when they have the football jock who they brought in to play D&D, and he really loves it.
Yeah.
Well, one of the guys I used to work with on Hollywood Today Live is an actual Super Bowl ring having football player who has never played D&D, and I'm like, oh, I want to do a full table of absolute newbies, but who are really, just really stereotypical people who never would go near D&D. And I'm like, so it'll be Brandon London, the former Miami Dolphin,
Yep.
and now I'm like, oh my God, RuPaul should, or a drag race contestant should definitely be one of them.
Yeah.
Because anyone who's spending that much time on making the perfect dress has had no time to play D&D. I'm
Some
assuming.
of them are
I don't know.
surprisingly geeky. You'd actually be pretty surprised.
Oh,
They're-
cool.
Yeah. A lot
They
of
can't
people
come,
know
though.
more
Won't make as
cosplay
much
thing.
sense.
Yeah, right.
That reminds me too. We were talking about IT Crowd last time,
Yeah.
I think, and there was a great one where they like got some executives to play like a D&D game.
Yeah, because she was
instead of, like-
Guido.
Yeah, so good. But it was instead of like going to see like some like strippers or whatever.
Yeah.
And they,
Yeah, Moss runs a game. It
was so
beautiful.
mean,
and
my-
also helps Roy discover his own inner problems and
He dealt with his
let that out.
emotions
Yeah.
with his breakup. It was really beautiful. They had the Ready Mysterious music that you're thinking about doing that I will always refer to as Ready Mysterious.
All right,
I didn't play D&D when I was younger. Like I got into it at 22 years old from my older
Wow.
brother brought me into it. And yeah, I was like, but at the time I did play fantasy football, so he was like, well, I mean he's like, well, it is kind of like fantasy football. I mean, like there's a lot of like math and like figuring out statistics and stuff. I was like, whatever, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, wow, this is a lot of fun.
Nice.
All right, so so Malin, I'm going to let them do this to you, Sean. Malin is -2 defense.
That makes sense.
Why's that be a chick?
Yeah,
Why's that gotta be a chick?
I don't know, because she was probably the most prominent on camera, really, but so.
Well, and I'm going to argue that the reason she's the one giving me -2 defense is because this is on me. I have not treated her right. I've like called her the wrong name for so long. That now, whenever she kind of second guesses me sometimes. So, the way Kelvin is, Kelvin, like most men, doesn't like to be challenged at all on the things that he says, particularly by a woman. So it's like, oh, I'm already, upset that this person is giving Kelvin a hard time.
Lyman is a beverage flavor, not a person. Not Lyman.
I remember there was a girl. I went to these caves in Virginia once. And the woman who ran the place was named Mandolin, and we called her Violin on the way out, and she had a fucking seizure. It was the worst. And then the 5.5 hour drive home. I'm sure this happens to you all the time, Mac, as you famously say people mispronounce your name.
That's why I am Mac.
Yes.
Right.
Hey, I mean, that's why I'm Sax, so that people bringing me up on stage didn't say, next name is Sean Alan Carrero. And I'm like, it's so different.
Say Sean. Are you serious?
You'd be surprised.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
God. Damn,
Optimus
really?
gives you
I'm
+2
sorry,
to
that makes me
shape-shifting.
angry.
Let's see if that happens.
To shape-shifting.
Is that a thing I can do?
Well, you can try and find a way to apply the roll, or he can be the first into the meat grinder.
Yeah, that's
because
true. You know which one's the least important, if nothing else.
Yep.
I got this.
Do you want to trade guys?
She can use her matrix of leadership to help me out here.
I gotta say, Mac, you really kind of did us well with these art. I think they're good.
Oh,
They all
yeah,
have
nice.
personality.
Yeah, they're fun.
Mm-hmm.
I just next time give me 1 day's notice.
No, it's fine. I was actually trying to find the art we had originally done. We had originally used for the other one that I was going to just sort of print out, but I was like, you know what? Nah, let's do our own.
Nah, I'll just contact her an hour before she's supposed to be here and ask if she can do some art.
It looks great. It looks great. Looks great.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
If you guys
great.
if you guys donate enough, if you guys activate enough flares today, I don't know what the target number is, but if you activate enough flares today, maybe I'll convince Mac to let me publish the raw art of this so you can make your own characters.
Yeah.
You could sign up.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Because that's what I want to sign my name to. Thank you.
Come on, Jeremy Lin is a national treasure. National treasure.
All right, we have 2 more left to name, 2 more left to power up here. Penelope Pitstop and Philip Nastiness.
So it's Pip Stop, not Pit Stop?
Is it Pipstop?
You
I guess
said
it is
Pip
now.
Stop.
Is it
Oh wait,
two or is
no, we
it
have
3?
one.
I thought somebody kind of just jumped off a pip and went
Oh,
with
so
it.
he's a little stinky, huh?
Patchouli.
Oh, patchouli, okay.
Or he's
Ben
really
Brown.
hot over there. Ben Brodo.
I don't. I just keep thinking of what's his name, Boyd Browder, or Boyd Crowder. Is it Crowder from the show Justified? Anybody ever watch
Oh, yeah.
Justified? Holy shit, that show was really good. I only watched the first 3 seasons and then fell behind on it, but man, I really liked that actor.
Yeah.
My favorite part of the art is actually the variants going on here.
Oh, yeah.
I like
You
all
put
the
'em-
modifications happening.
Right. Yeah. Like all the ones that I'm doing. 'Cause I'm a
Yeah,
dog.
I mean, they all feel so
They got
unique.
names.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
Names,
row.
Yeah.
statistics,
All right.
List.
Ben Browder is +2 to Spark. I don't know what that means either. You're getting all the esoteric ones, Jan.
+2 to Spark. All right, let's see what happens.
And you all know the rules too. If you you have to have an even number of attendants at any time. So if you lose enough of them, they'll all shuffle back around. So those are our last two. So we need
Inspired.
yes, give us 2 more powers and the adventure begins.
Oh, it's already
Philip
begun.
Nasty Ness. Huh?
Yeah, I
I
like
like
that.
that. That's good.
Because there was the movie
Nastiness.
Mulholland
He
Falls,
calls Janet
not
Jackson
Mulholland Drive,
Miss
but
Jackson.
Mulholland Falls. That's a really great movie. Sorry. But it's like it's like a the dawn of the nuclear age in Hollywood, but it's like a group of basically like 4 cops who are like the beat 'em up squad, which now that I think about it is awfully problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Penelope's gonna give you +2 to speed.
Cool.
Nice.
The drug, not the movement. No.
Well, listen, it could be a lot of different things.
It's whatever we need her to be.
Yeah.
She's there.
All of a sudden we look over and Idalia's just like
Yeah.
like twitching. Just like, feel good, guys. Feel good.
Cut some shit.
All right, and Philip Nastiness gives you +2 to stealing with a grin.
+2 to stealing with a grin.
But if
Yeah.
you steal with a frown, it doesn't count.
It's right at
Yes.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to be happy about it.
A good con man is going to steal with a grin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I
don't.
agree to that.
And not a smirk, and not, it's got to be a grin.
It's got to be a grin. And it can be a devilish grin. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Just
still in grin
ideally.
territory.
Yeah, ideally it's a devilish
It just
grin.
can't be grin adjacent.
No,
Okay.
no, we want to
grin
keep
up.
those separate.
So you equip out all your soldiers. They all have like long spears and short swords. They're all wearing armor, as you can see, and they're all sort of getting ready. Many of them have like scars or other sort of obvious leavings from their times facing chanters. 1 or 2 of them are actually like have willingly deafened themselves. But they've since, in the weeks or months later, learned to like read lips or to work together in some way. They're a surprisingly effective little crack squad that you've all been assigned, and they all have all their gear ready, and they've heard nothing but good things about you as the great heroes that you are.
Someone lied.
So they're looking at because how many did you bring back from your last mission with people?
I don't know, I died.
Most.
I think
More than half.
more than half. I don't know about more than half.
Well,
more
see,
than
there was
half?
Caleb. We had one of the I think it wasn't Joe. Was it Bo?
But one of the 3 brothers was
One of
left.
those guys. We had the Flame Keeper.
No, we had the Flame Keeper.
Oh, not the
girl.
well,
chick.
Yeah.
the Flame. She became Flame Keeper.
Right.
I mean, technically, one of them was didn't deserve to come back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
So that was
riddance.
3.
Three. we all started with 3 and we ended with 3 total.
Yeah, I mean, it was balanced.
Ah, I getcha. All right, good stuff. That. All right, so you head out. It is a reasonably short walk from the Eerie to the outskirts of the town. Now, remember that this is sort of an interesting world in that it does have sort of a Greek feel. People wear sort of like modified togas, and there just sort of has that kind of style of aesthetic. But it also has like built up, almost like 15-foot buildings. So as you start approaching the outside of Mardenford, you can see like what would be considered a skyline. And there's also, there's other structures there too. There's a big dome that was a theater. There's, like sort of smaller squat sort of structures that were warehouses. And you can see them all, sort of in the distance. And it's clear though the city, while it looks almost like a ghost town, it definitely sort of has that life after people feel where there's no one around, but there are like buildings. Some of the buildings have are like leaning over or crumbled. The local military attachment did their best to fight the chant, and sometimes that involved using larger weapons of mass destruction. And then you can see the tracks of where all the refugees like poured out of the city as the chant outbreak took place. So they're all and it looks like something you should not be walking towards. It has that feel like all those early episodes of The Walking Dead, where like they'd be like wandering in towards the town, being like, "What do we find here?" And you're like, "Doom."
Yep.
Will be doom. It is not going to be good. Why haven't you figured that out? So
Yeah, maybe something good will happen this time. That's not the world you live in.
nope.
When has something good ever happened?
Exactly.
That was the weirdest thing for me in watching Walking Dead is how many times in the early season I'm like, you deserve that. Like when like he's like wandering through town and all of a sudden like finds like a whole big like swarm of undead. I'm like, well, you fucking asked for that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm supposed to feel like care about you surviving this, other than the fact that the show will stop happening if you die.
I need this content. I need this. Stop being dumb.
So your soldiers all walk with you. They've all been sort of specifically tasked to guard you and to keep you safe as best they can. They know that the chanters and the wailers and all the different sort of chant manifestations are often sort of groups, which is one of the few things that does sort of hinder phoenixes. You know, you've only got your 2 arms. So now you have a little extension of that. You know, depending on what hour of the day it is and how worn they are, like sometimes they're quite officious, you know, like moving up and, 2 of them will move up with their spears ready, take a position, call for the other ones. You're sort of striding up because you can take literally 8 or 9 times the amount of it takes to kill a human being, but they're sort of moving around you. Other times they're just sort of casually, sort of shooting the shit, and it feels very much like they're off duty because they're, like trying, just, decompressing.
I'm going to try and reduce the amount of time we spend doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, and increase the amount of time we spend in proper formation.
All right.
Hogan is such a jackass.
Well, no, I give them 5 minutes on every hour to speak about personal topics.
I suppose that's fair.
You guys gotta start spending sparks so I can reward you for this shit. All right, so after most of a day's journey, you've reached you've actually started entering the outskirts of the city, and it's been months really since the outbreak. But there are sort of still like odd, like there's like blood splatter on the occasional wall, or you'll see a place where there's like an ox cart is completely destroyed in the center of town, and it's not sure why. Windows are broken in some places, and every now and again you'll see a full-on like sort of mostly skeletonized corpse of someone, a chanter or otherwise, who is not around. And at this point, you realize that while you can continue on into the night, at some point you're going to have to make camp for. You out?
So sorry to disturb and all. Do you want me to lock the front door? Or do
Oh yeah, please do.
I'll and then you can do the.
I got everything else.
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks, lads. Good night.
We don't
Bye.
want the chanters to get in.
Yes. Lock all the doors.
Our neighbors are lovely. For people who are wondering at
Yeah.
home who we were just talking to, we are talking to somebody with an Irish accent, which
Yes.
means I am now so happy for the rest of the day.
I could make you happier by speaking in an Irish accent for the rest of the game.
I'll tell you, that's 100% the same as what we heard. For a moment, I was like, is she back?
I can say
Pride
hello in
myself on the
Gaelic.
mimicry.
Poorly. But I can't.
So you'll eventually have to make camp and let these folks rest. They also are carrying, amongst them like packs of equipment and gear, not just for themselves, but also stuff you might need, like equipment for climbing and whatnot. They sort of are also your pack horses. So.
Okay.
Find an inn for these people.
Yeah, they're actually going to need to sleep on their bedrolls.
All right.
Or an inn.
What sort of yes, or jagged rocks. What sort of structure are you going to try and find? I mean, there are probably like deserted inns, but there are also probably like deserted gymnasiums. I mean, you really have your
Sure.
pick. There's a deserted. It's a city, and you can pick whatever husk of a building. You want.
Can
There's also probably deserted mansions if you want to
I think it needs to be as small of a space as possible so that we can block up entrances and make sure there aren't too many extra rooms or things where something could be hiding.
Would destruction apply to this? Maybe I can make a spread to find the most defensible, still standing building.
Certainly, you can
right.
also definitely find out from this spread whether or not any building you move into is going to like fall over while you're in it. So that's definitely a good position to take.
So I can. So I add 5 to the total, and I can use. Okay, so I can use intellect cards for this.
And it's a skill spread, so there's 3 cards.
Okay. Well, for me, it's only going to be 2. It looks like, guys.
That's fine.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at. But I get. It's destruction, so I can add 5 to the total. So that puts me at. You know what? I'm going to burn a spark.
Okay.
So we'll call it 5, 6. Oh wait, no, that's not necessary. 6. I'd be at 11. 1 spark. For some reason, I thought I was at 9, and bumping it to 10 would be.
Do you want to cycle a card to give him +2?
Sure. If I get
So that would put me up to
Throw the
13.
You just discard it.
Yeah.
I also have this guy over here who's +2 scouting. Would that be helpful? While
we're in non-combat situations, I'll let you guys sort of share soldiers. So sure, so we'll add 2 to that, and then 2 more from her. So that's 4.
15.
15.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm happy with 15.
You're able to find, and you requested a small structure. You want a small defensible structure, and you want to use your sort of military expertise to try and find one that looks pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Comfort being the least important thing.
All right.
I think we all agree on
There's
that.
a bank, and the bank is full of thumbtacks that have been spilled on the ground. There's a.
But it's really defensible.
That's what we take. And we don't sweep up the thumbtacks.
Built-ins and 2.5 bath.
Oh, wow. It's beautiful, actually.
There is a what is the equivalent of a bank, like sort of a lending house where people would sort of store goods. It has been apparently looted. Probably because chanters don't steal money, or maybe everyone went and got back their stuff, specifically theirs, which they got very quickly by throwing open doors and pouring it into sacks. But it still has all 4 walls. It still has all of its doors, and it does have like the sort of larger locks and everything that you would
Worst
expect.
case scenario, we can hole up in the vault.
All right, so you can bed down there, and.
Okay.
I am going to turn that off. Okay, good.
I think I'm gonna give my soldiers a little break and to tell them they can do as they like for 20 minutes until they take up watch.
All right.
But whatever they want for 20 minutes.
Okay.
Oh my God, just let them sleep.
break their spirits. Don't you understand?
No, they're gonna get to sleep. That's what watch is for. One of them stays awake, and we take rotations. You sleep during watch.
Yeah, except for the fact none of us need to sleep, so.
Well, I will be helping also. Why not have multiple eyes on watch? I guess we do, 4 of us. Huh?
I might sneak in behind his back and give them just a little bit of like energizing bolt.
I'll tell all 4 of them that they're allowed to sleep.
All right.
And they don't need to keep watch.
They make a simple camp and cook some rations, and they all share stories about their time versus the chant. So Optimus was actually in the city, but on the far side, and she was not yet a full soldier. She was sort of training, but her entire platoon went down to the chant. Most of them were converted, and the others were very quickly overwhelmed. And she would have been captured too, or she would have been caught up in the chant too. But as she felt it taking hold of her, she was pushed. Her whole division was basically being pushed in by a wave of chanters, and she slammed her head against a beam and fell unconscious. And then by the time she had woken up and basically recovered, the chant had actually been basically burned out of the area she was in, and they were able to bring her far enough away, and she was fine. And Pip and Chiana have similar stories. Stephen was in the outskirts of another city that had a chant outbreak. This is when he was still a very young soldier, and actually he wanted desperately to do his best to defend the city, but his commanding officer gave him the message that the chant had overtaken them and sent him out of the city, and he would have otherwise been infected, or he was exposed but did not submit and was able to make it to the city, and actually the guard was able to come and sort of hold things back.
So when ordered to retreat, he did so.
Yes.
I give him a lot of kudos for that. That's a tough thing for a soldier to do.
There's a weird Stockholm syndrome going on with your soldiers where they're super psyched to be praised by you. John Crichton is telling a story about how he wasn't affected by the chant and was fighting off chanters, and then basically fell through the floor of a building and like ended in a hay bale in the back of a cart. And the cart was riding the horses that were drawing the cart had gone wild, and they just ran through the city. And then eventually, when he was able to get his footing, he was outside the city, and then he was seconded to another division, and then they went back in the city again, and then some other wacky circumstance saved him from that.
And he went through a wormhole.
Yeah, and then
They call that soldier's luck.
All right.
Rather be lucky than good.
Yep. And Scorpius will not stop hounding him, and then so they all have stories, and do any of you want to tell a story of your encounters with the chant with them?
Well, it's very quiet now.
How about Private Eerie? Private Eerie, she, her unit was actually tasked with defending a school, so the school could be evacuated before the chant took over all the children there. Literally every other soldier in the unit fell to the chant, and for whether it was through willpower or just sheer luck or whatever, she was actually she basically came to like fighting, still conscious and actually still a conscious person. Came to like just kind of had a blood craze or a bloodlust and just fought for an hour, and then just came to and realized that she was still standing and okay, and the rest of the unit dead, but survived long enough for them to be able to evacuate the school. So Private Eerie is crazy intimidating. she is like steely-eyed focused at all times.
Ben Browder's parents were religious nuts, and they figured the only way to survive a chant outbreak was to poke out the eardrums of all their children. So he's got 2 sisters and a brother, and like in the middle of the night, the parents came and just jammed knitting needles into all their ears. So that's
good parents.
Yeah, well, I mean, eventually he found the place where was.
It actually worked. The insane thing is it kind of worked.
But that's also why his unfortunate love for what they call in this world jam bands. These bands that
so he
go
doesn't know
around
what's
making
good.
jam and also do music. Yeah. And he's followed them around for a while too.
I get it.
Long trains of people going around making jam.
Is he the one who follows Fish?
Yeah, Fish is one of those jam bands.
Right.
Fish jam, which is
Fish
not
jam.
a thing that you would understand necessarily, but it's like
Blended fish.
it's blended fish, with pectin and to make sort of like a jelly.
Yeah. You spread it on bread, and then you use it as it's a vomit inducer.
It's
Not really food so much as it is.
Candy.
It's medicinal purposes.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
There's a lot of medicinal jam.
In this world, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Is it gefilte fish essentially?
Oh.
Is
But it's not that bad.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
I think Chiana actually got a little lucky because we did encounter those kids that had their ears blocked up against it. So there were people in the city that they were trying to protect that had come up with their own ways of keeping the sound out, and came across her. She'd fallen while she was trying to protect other people, and essentially blocked up her ears and drug her with them outside of the city because they'd seen her trying so hard to save everyone, and it seemed only fair to try and get her out.
Nice.
I think Donald was with his unit.
Oh,
I
no.
think he was down in the bathroom.
Can I say real quick, I prefer people who don't get captured rather than Donald Trump. But
So does he.
Oh, good. We have similar opinions then.
Yeah, no, he's a smart one.
Yeah.
He was down having an especially interesting time in a bathroom after his unit had supper. And the chanters came, they all left, and they left Donald. They decided like it wasn't worth trying to go and get him. He came out, he saw they were gone, and with his +2 blustering, he just kept on complaining about everything that was wrong with every single one of them and how very, very, very terrible they were. And then when he saw saw the chant, he started just going off basically about everything that was horrible about them and how they shouldn't be here. And so all his blustering, that was all he could hear. It was the only thing just echoing in his vacuous mind. And so they just couldn't even get in. And so he just kind of sauntered off, continuing to bluster away from the chant.
Can we back up real quick? When you said he is doing interesting things in the bathroom, was he taking a dub or was he getting a blowjob?
No, he's gonna give that guy a blowjob.
And you would for sure know because they'd have orange all over their face.
Sure.
And no one wants that shame.
No, that's too much shame.
Yay, political. All right.
The most like cursory political. Can I just say real quick?
Today,
I just want to say I'm not going to go full on into this, but Jeremy Lin was like not a very respected soldier and got traded actually because that's a thing in the military, I guess. I thought so. Yeah, and so one military unit traded Jeremy to another unit because it's like he's not even worth anything.
Right.
And then when the chant broke out, he actually like his commanding officer got killed, and he stepped up and just like ordered everybody around and organized an amazing defense, and also pushed back using his offensive skills too.
Oh, nice.
So Jeremy Lin, and nobody expected it because it was like this guy's nothing.
Yay! All right. Having told stories that are
I'm guessing no one in the chat knows what's happening with this because they're all a bunch of nerds, but that's fine.
I'm sure they got it. They probably got close to it.
Okay.
All right. So the night goes relatively uneventfully. Come morning, you of course are all revitalized, as happens with phoenixes, and the soldiers pack up everything and get ready. But there's sort of an eerie feeling to the air. Hey!
You mean airy feeling to the ear?
No, I meant
Airy feeling to the ear?
Yeah, it's an airy feeling to the ear.
It is very airy. I put out our laundry.
And then the city seems less quiet than before, and after about a quarter of a day's march, heading in, some of the soldiers sort of start looking around, and they're not really sure what's going on, but they do feel like something's about to go down. Anyone can make a sort of perceptive spread if they want to try and get an idea of what's happening ahead of time. Otherwise, it'll just come at you. Otherwise, or we can just let things happen because that's the way to go.
Let's see. Can I do maybe a nature spread to try and ascertain the nature of the sounds?
Go ahead.
All right, I've got that, and then nothing else that's interesting to help me right now. So that would be, I get a 5, and then so 10.
10. You can add +2 to scouting for that, so that's 12.
Okay.
And your best equivalent from a natural perspective is a stampede. It feels like the calm before a storm.
Oh yeah.
Anyone else want to do anything quick?
It's a common feeling before combat. It doesn't bother me.
I guess I can see if there's anything sort of spirit-based about it.
Sure.
Or,
This is a good way to cycle cards in case anyone's wondering.
ooh, that's pretty good. So
either
I've
really
got
good or
5
really
for my
bad.
skill specialty, and 10, 12, 16.
Wow. All right. You actually see, you sort of fall into your spirit sight, and you actually see like a sort of tether of energy coming from all 4 of the phoenixes, and it's sort of heading off in the direction of the city. And it's clearly not, active enough to be drawing, it's not drawing sparks out of you naturally at this point because you would feel it. But it's it definitely is like there's something is sort of feeding or drawing forth the or drawing off of the sort of like almost incidental tangential aura energy of the phoenixes, and it's all heading off in one direction. But in that same way where you sort of like see the tether heading off, it's like sort of moving and shifting, and you realize that whatever's on the other side of it is getting closer and closer and closer. Anyone else before we start? Nope.
Are there any defensive positions that we can sort of take up to get ready for it?
Sure. You can, if you want to send your troops and you into defensive positions. Do you want to sort of have the troops like defend themselves, or do you want to take up positions with your soldiers? Obviously, you're still responsible for your 4 soldiers no matter what you do, but it's sort of a different scenario.
Yeah. Gosh, is there looking for higher ground or some sort of barricade? Because they're going to come at us in a like a huge swarm, and how do we best defend against that?
Well, there are some multi-story buildings here.
Then that'd be great.
You could also fall back in a big way and like try and outrun this mob to like a hill or something if you want naturally high terrain.
I like the building because it forces them to come through choke points in the windows and in the doors. That's much better because even if we get high ground on a hill, it still completely surround us. That's a real problem.
Definitely don't want them to get back behind us.
Yeah. Well, they're going to surround us in a building, but I think we're going to get surrounded no matter what. There's just going to be.
We start at the staircase and then we'll fall back from there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you enter the building and there's a number of buildings that would be fine. So you pick one of them. But you pick the one that is the best defensible based on what you can see in moments of looking on the outside of it. Not a big hole in it, for example, is a pretty good reason.
Step 1, not a big hole.
No. You head into the building, but one of you has to essentially go up into the building first. Like you have to sort of have a marching order of the 4 of you, which just means that like the people who go up the stairs last will be the ones that get hit by the wave coming at you, because that's where it's going to meet the wing first.
Yeah, I'm gonna be last in order then.
Okay. So you're last, and then who's after that? So you're next, and then
me.
you, and then Idalia at the back.
Yeah.
All right, so Idalia, you move in first, and you head up, like maybe like a floor-ish. There's not enough space in the stairwell for more than maybe 2 of your groups. So if are you gonna hold in the stairwell or go all the way up 1 floor?
I'm gonna go ahead and hold in the stairwell until I know that they have actually got things held down well enough there.
Okay. Do you want to stay on the top of the stairwell with your troops or move all the way up? All right, so if the 2 of them are on the stairwell, the 2 of you will have to be on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
And this is sort of what looks like it might have been like the equivalent of an office building. I mean, obviously there's not a lot of such office buildings haven't been invented yet, but it's basically where people came together and maybe did like sort of accountancy work of some sort.
Yeah.
There's
Abacuses.
there's a pile of abacuses, but there's also sort of the trappings of things that people dragged in here to try and survive. You're still in the relative outskirts of town, so you're looking at like basically. This was a place that like the wave, the initial chant outbreak hit late. So there's some of the windows are already boarded up. There's some some of the tables have been thrown down. And then eventually over the top of a hillside, you see coming over the hill is a wall, if you will, of whalers. These are the things you feel, and they're all screaming their heads off. And you instantly know that it's not. You can feel, especially you can feel that it's not the chant really. Whalers aren't infectious. But they are they're basically like rage zombies, and they're very fast and very angry, and you can see that collectively as a group there's like almost like a telekinetic wave, like a wave front out in front of them. So like as they're running at you screaming and yelling, there's that destroyed cart as they're heading towards it, and before they even get there it like blows away, they are on you. So this is actually design this encounter outside. So some of the stuff we're gonna have to change out.
Yeah.
So there was going to be a hay bale, but now that's going to be an abacus pile. Here, someone who can write that way. So there's an abacus pile.
Hey, abacus pile.
Exactly.
All right, so there's an abacus pile. There's the sort of screamed chant. There's a pile of rubble, which is pretty easy. There are some wagon wheels, which we can say were sort of,
This could be a wagon wheel office.
Yeah, they make wagon wheels
They
here.
make and sell wagon wheels.
There are pikes
profession.
and tripods. Like there's a bunch of these. Like sort of like people had like you lay pikes together like so
Yeah.
you can grab them. There's like ready action racks of pikes. And there's also a horn of mead inscribed Shonovan Belter. Thank you from Shrona in the chat.
That's great.
Which
I
I
love
think
that.
was specifically designed to be tempting to both you and Mac at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, that's
It
true.
actually is.
Yeah.
I didn't bring my horn today, though.
Oh well, they've
That's why it's really tempting, though.
Yeah. You know it's gonna get used.
All right. This is one of many. This is one of a couple of combats we're going to have in today's session, but all of them are pretty hardcore, and especially if you want these folks to have any chance of saving any of the soldiers they're going to be fighting alongside. Now would be a great time to test out our new flares. Again, it's exclamation point donations. You can learn all about how flares work, and you can donate for those, or of course you can just send them rerolls or redraws, which are always good.
Yeah, could really use that today.
So I'm gonna keep track of these on paper today because I don't have this many tokens.
That's a good sign.
All right. Yeah.
All right, so
Before they arrive, do I have time to blow a hole in the floor on the second floor so that I can fire down into the first floor without firing down the stairwell? Does that make sense?
yeah, make a destruction spread. Make a destruction spread, and we'll say because of the state of the building, get a 15 if you can.
Why not just snipe
Before
out
we
the
get into
window?
really hard combat, I'm
Well,
having
I'm
a
worried
quick
about having all my
run.
options in front
Yeah.
of me. Because I mean, yes, it's
Go.
good to snipe out the window, but then if there's things, because I want to be able to help. Well, of course, Mac is in the stairwell, right?
Need help. Please don't blow me up.
Yeah, so I think actually now that I think about it, I'm good because anything that I would want to shoot to help Mac is going to be in the stairwell, so I'll be fine to just shoot down that way. And then if I want to shoot before they get here, I can shoot outside. They're not all going to be able to fit inside this
Right.
building.
So I'm just saying, if you make anything short of 15, it'll still work, but like
Right.
you'll destabilize the building, which is definitely the whole building coming down is certainly a sort of late game threat in this particular combat.
And
So
as I
that would be helping it.
Yeah, as I think about it
stealing one of
tactically,
these.
it doesn't
Go for
add.
it.
Yeah, tactically, it doesn't add enough to
Do
adding a hole so that I can fire at things in the opening room doesn't. I mean, if there are that many things in the opening room, there are probably things in the stairwell I'm going to be wanting to fire at anyway.
Do we want like rooftop access? Have some of us be able to get up there if need be?
That's a good idea, actually, for me to be on the roof. Yeah, I think actually I'm going to move up to the roof. Is there? I assume there's like a fire escape ladder or something. I mean, this is ancient Greece. I don't know if that's really a thing. But, I mean, they had fire patrols, right?
Yeah. You can,
that was the Romans, but whatever.
Can you grab another Coke? You can. Those are great, by the way. Wasabi peas, man.
They're so good. These aren't even that spicy, but they're still pretty good.
It's like some
Farmer's market.
foods are like full on shameful to other cultures. Like why nobody outside of Japan invented wasabi peas. Is just shame on you, other cultures. They were right there. You had peas.
Yeah.
You had a spicy paste. Why
Yeah.
couldn't you put two and two together?
Everybody's got a spicy paste.
Yeah. Spicy paste is like one of the things you get free with a culinary set.
Yeah.
But you know what? As long as she's doing that, let's just.
All right, we're gonna take it with this. This combat's gonna be an involved one, so that's cool. Mac, there's some Kit Kat bars. You want to grab those there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love Kit Kat bars.
Yeah.
It is my second favorite candy bar.
What's your first?
And it's a Mr. Good bar.
Oh, that's a hard one to find too.
Well, yeah.
And that
it
wasn't a
is.
joke about listening to Mr. Good Bar. That's
Right.
legit.
Seemed like
They
it.
really are hard to find.
You know, they're not real common. I have not met a lot of people. I've gotten a lot of negative responses actually about Mr. Good bars. People don't like them much.
I mean, on the
one of my
hierarchy of
favorites.
Halloween candy, it's real far down
Way down
there.
front.
Yeah.
I love it
That's
so
definitely
much.
the one you find at the candy dishes.
Oh, it's at the
eventually
bottom.
become Mr. Good Bar dishes.
Yeah, everybody keeps passing it over, grabbing other stuff.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it's just the Mr. Good bars, which is great for me. I love it.
I understand liking the weird candy bars, though. I really like look bars, and they can be really hard to find.
Well, and this is me being shitty, but it's not even weird, okay? Yeah. Mac, it's not weird. It's not weird that I like it.
It's weird.
It's not weird.
It's weird. I found a nerve.
I mean, why would you want to eat chocolate and peanuts when you can have chocolate and caramel, chocolate and crunchy things?
Well, but I like all those things, but I just like the simplicity of chocolate and peanuts, and it's such a simple candy bar.
Then eat
It's so
goobers.
good. Eat what?
Goobers.
Right. I don't know
what that
Small
is.
in the ham. Chocolate covered peanuts.
Oh, goobers? Oh, yeah, that sounds. I would love those. I also love peanut M&Ms. They're,
Peanut
like,
M&Ms
so
are my
good.
favorite. I love peanut M&Ms.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Mr. Goodbar?
Is it because the peanuts are chopped up? Like, because they're not full peanuts?
Maybe.
I get, honestly, mostly what it is it's the hierarchy. Like when you're used to, like, I could have a Twix or a Snickers, and then after I've eaten all the good stuff, no, it's just chocolate and peanuts.
Yeah, the thing just chilling in the yellow wrapper. It's like, no, fuck that. I don't
This
want
is
that.
a deeply unsettling conversation for me, I'll be honest.
completely on this.
Yeah, I
Thank
like,
you.
I like Aero
Thank you.
bars. Is that the one that has like the 4
Aero?
different flavors in it? I can't believe that people don't. Is that the one?
Oh, that was a Great Britain thing, isn't it?
Aero bars are the ones that are kind of like the nougat, but they're like kind of like air filled.
Oh, okay. And I also like those, but there's one bar that's 4 different types. It has like a peanut butter filled one, like a nougat filled one, a chocolate filled one, and a vanilla filled one. And you can only get them at like those like sort of, we've got lots of candy style candy stores. Like things that reasons to not live in Maine anymore. They have like full-on soda specialty shops in Los Angeles, and that seems like a silly thing. But like when you're in there and you're like, wow, I can get root beer from like 80 different countries. You realize that your home state is terrifying. Sky bars. Thank you.
I never even heard of a Sky bar.
Sky bar are well worth it, especially if you like variety. All right, so
I hear it's the spice of life.
Wait a minute, if you're going to a candy store to get a candy bar that has variety in it, why not just get one of the endless variety of candy bars that are already in the
I
candy
also get
store?
that. I'm a fat guy. I'm not walking in for like.
Yeah.
I'm a fat adult too. Like, I'm going in there with like a $50.
He's not
bill,
a one
walking out
candy
with
man.
a candy supply.
Yeah, and this is, just so that we're all on the
Yeah.
same page, this is America.
Yeah.
We are allowed to buy so much candy.
Sure.
Yep. My roommates got married like a couple weeks ago, and their like dessert table was like a candy table full of candy, and blessedly nobody ate any of it. So now there is so much candy at our house.
You're prepped for Halloween.
Oh yeah, definitely. And she is obsessed with rainbows, and so they just got candy that has like specific colors. So they have like what are those ones that like a sort of chocolate little? They're like little rice chocolate spheres.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I
Oh,
can't think of what they're
Whoppers?
called though.
No, not Whoppers. Like
No, it's not the
I always
malted.
get the bad
I know
ones.
what you're
They're-
talking about.
So we have those. We have jars of those in every color of the rainbow, just sitting around the house.
Oh God.
We have. It's so. My waistline not happy about
That's
it. but-
amazing to me that people don't eat things at a party. Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
Well, they did. I mean, they cleared out a lot of that place, but
Yeah.
you overbuy, I guess, is the idea too. They also bought, and this is probably the best thing that's ever happened to me as a human being in my life. They bought like case after case of alcoholic root beer. And because most of the wedding guests weren't necessarily familiar with it, it went undrunk. So like they drank out the wine, they drank out all the regular beer, they drank out like what hard alcohol was available. There is like, you could fill this table with the amount of alcoholic root beers that are just sitting in a refrigerator at my house right now.
And you
I
can
was-
bring any to share.
That's a party waiting. to
I was
happen.
very critical. I was very
Like,
critical
really?
of the alcoholic root beer when I first saw it. Daryl Haynes was the one that introduced me to it,
So
and he
good.
brought it to our home group gaming session one time, and I was like, oh, come on, what is this, Daryl? Root beer, what is wrong? I was so upset, and then I had one. I was like, well, this is delightful. This is great.
Sixlets are the things that we're thinking about.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
sixlets.
so good.
Nice.
They're really good.
Rice?
There's like a rice. It's not
No,
like
it's a crispy center, but
Yeah.
it's not like a malted Whopper kind of
I thought
thing.
it was just, they're like teeny tiny M&Ms. They're just like a little bit of chocolate.
Oh no, they
with a
definitely have a
shell.
different.
They're crispy.
They have a crispier quality to them, and they used to have like you can tell when something has a lot of iron in it because it has like a little bit. It's a little burny.
Yeah.
They have
When
a
it
crispy
feels like
quality,
it works
like
like
much
that?
like you.
Well, it's like because it
that's a
tastes
power.
like so much blood.
Yeah,
I-
it tastes-
Why is blood flavored candy a thing?
oh, delicious.
Metally.
Love that flavor.
Listen, we've all been like handed like a freaking celery soda and been like, "This is the dumbest. This is kind of okay." You would never buy it, but you're like, "All right, well, I won't. I will no longer stone people. I will no longer give a halfling's greeting to people who All right, so
All right.
okay, so where is the torch? I don't know where the torch is.
I don't have it.
Here it is. So one of you needs to take the torch. So they're gonna the wave of
Did you make
whalers
it over
is going to
Not necessary.
sort of crest upon Mac's team first before you take any action.
Of course they are. Dicks.
So your guys sort of put their spears down and they brace themselves and they basically commend themselves bravely. It should be said right off the top. Like as much as they're significantly more mortal than any of you, they are definitely willing to fight, and especially bolstered by your presence, they fight well. So the whaler is going to the attack though hits you, and they're sort of tangential to it. So this is an attack of 7, and is a standard melee attack. So the amount to which you defend is relevant.
I have no cards for defense right now.
Oh,
Okay.
That's how they get you. Literally.
My only option would be to grab one of the redraw coins.
I mean, I'm fine with that. This is a
Okay.
situation
All right.
where
Yeah.
And
if you've got no cards for defense, and
Yeah.
that's not a good start.
Oh, almost. Kind of, not really.
Dragon deflection.
Okay.
And I
Well,
can-
and I'm always enraged, so I don't have a lot. But I did pull a
that
grace
makes it
card,
tougher.
so.
Okay, great. So that is 4.
I can
Yeah.
add one to you.
Can you?
Yeah. So,
All right. So you had 2, right? When you discard one.
or the lowest value of the card, and I don't have a 2.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
So that's
So it
one
brings it to
more. So
5.
5.
And you can't add sparks in defense, so.
Right. No, you cannot. So that is going to be a total of 1 wound that sneaks through.
All right.
So, which is fine because you
That's
don't find
actually
being wounded
great for
all
me.
that bad, and it doesn't kill any of your soldiers, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially, you legitimately have to, when you're fighting with humans, you sort of have to take all the incoming damage. So like the pile of rubble and angry fist coming in, you just kind of be like grrr, and just like let it splash off you, and they all kind of get behind you. But they're gonna then then they come back and help you murder.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Well, I do have a
+2
+2 to
murder.
murder.
yes. All right. So you are up, right? It's your torch.
Yes. And actually, struck by attack, can I go ahead and burn 2 sparks to give them a burning condition?
Yes.
Which is actually my fear condition. So they hit me, I get scarier. They are scared now.
Okay, sounds great. However, when you burn those sparks, you realize that somehow they're like catching some of that energy before it gets to the ether. So like you're releasing the spark energy back into sort of the dawn cosmos, and one of those sparks ends up on the whaler mob.
Oh.
So they end a burning condition. So they get that much.
Ouch.
That's not great. Okay.
Good to note. All right. That happens.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and attack if nobody's got any objections to that.
Nope.
Just
2, 3.
throwing it out
How many
there.
sparks did you
I
have?
should have 2.
12?
Yeah.
I think I might have just placed it on top of that pile. You should move that away from me.
Okay.
Okay.
Or every time, or you shouldn't, because every time one of your friends burns a spark, I'll hand it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it right here.
All
By
right.
Pip.
Right by Pip.
Well, as appealing as pikes in a tripod are, I'm going to go with the rubble. And I'm going to take as much rubble as I can and just hurl it at the oncoming mob here.
Okay.
So, get to draw killed. So, let's see here. I'm going to use Ruthless.
Okay.
I'm sure that's really surprising.
Yeah.
Big surprise.
I'm amazed you don't have 5 of those cards in that deck, because I don't think there's been a combat yet you haven't used it.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and use Ruthless. I'm also going to use Power from Pain. And then I'll lump in some other cards here. And
Wow.
All
She
right.
doesn't mess around.
yeah, so
You
got
taking the wound for this one?
Um,
Because you can take a wound and make it 5 higher.
I know, but there's also a lot of people. I don't
get
want
it.
to eat it
Yeah, I'm not
really
even
early
saying-
on here.
Just curious.
Okay, so Ruthless gives me 5. Power from Pain gives me another 5. I also get to add one of my wounds to that, so that makes it a 6. I also get to add my wound on top of that, so that's a 7. Plus another 5 is 13, 17, and then another 5
22.
is 22.
22. Okay.
I think that's
Not bad.
everything I have right now. Yes.
All right, so they have a defense currently.
24, actually, I have my
24. All right.
Talon.
My
they,
Talon.
They have a defense of 5, so that cuts it down to 19.
And how do these guys work? Do they add into it as well? 'Cause
Yeah, well,
I
you're
have plus 2
murdering.
to murder, so
Yeah, plus
that's another 2.
21. So 21 is the amount of damage you do. 21 divided by 4
It's 5.
is 5. So you're going to take off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their health levels, which is not bad. That's almost half. And then you can pass the torch.
Yep.
Or you can take another action if you have more cards.
No, I kind of things. Yeah.
All right, so draw up, and who wants it? Okay. So your guys are sort of stuck behind her mob there. So you can attack over them, especially if you want. Well, you can attack at range, right, with your Talon
I could.
epitaph. So you can attack over them, or you can spend a spark to attack over them. But you can't gain the benefits of any of these right now because they can't get over it. They're stuck behind her troops.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'm gonna dart past. I'm gonna right one of the wagon wheels and start rolling it and just hop on and like do a little hamster thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep rolling it so it keeps going and running over fools.
All right.
Running over fool.
Go ahead. What do you got for me?
I'm gonna do terrifying, which I'll burn a spark to stun them.
Okay.
That's
That goes to one of the mobs.
3.
Okay.
Right. 8.
Okay.
They have a defense of 5.
They have a defense of 5 right now. Yeah.
Crap. So yeah.
I'll get rid of one of my 3s to bump you a 2.
Okay.
All right. So
That's 2 more.
That's
Oh, you can't draw back. You're in combat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Nothing
8.
sweet.
So 10. So if we could take it to 12. No, wait. 13. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take it to
I'm
13.
gonna swap
13? All right.
Great. Same amount.
All right, so you do 13. They absorb some of those sparks you burn, and so their defense goes up again. So their defense is 6. So that's 7 left. So that is a total of 1 wound off of them. Don't forget to add to your percussive strikes, though, or is that only in
thank you.
defense?
And did you mark off
no,
the-
that's attack.
Or
He did. He took it. He used the oh no,
No,
mark
wagon
off the
wheel, you
wagon
gotta
wheel
Oh, I should have drawn too.
and draw if you want. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So good job there. All right. So now they attack. So they are both going to shoot a telekinetic blast up into the into the stairwell. This is a standard attack of 10. And actually, it hits all of you. So, and so that's a attack 10. Oh, you know what? I'll let them burn all their sparks. So it's going to be attack 12, but that'll that'll put them back down to their minimum defense.
Well, I only get 1 defense card in the combat style that I'm using, so 4.
4. Okay.
But under the style 2, they suffer 2 points of brutal damage for each wound I take.
All right. Well, that's definitely going to wound
Yay.
that. They'll take that off them.
Take that.
Okay.
Oh, and sorry. And they're also going to lose 1 from being on fear.
On fear, yes.
Fearer.
And how many wounds was that I take then?
Well, you haven't. So
right.
what's that?
You took into account that they're stunned, right?
Oh, did you stun them?
Yeah, that's what I burned one of the sparks for.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, they aren't. This is going to happen a round from now. So hang out.
Maybe I can do something
Take that card back,
before
okay.
that happens.
Yep. Yeah, you can take your card back, and you can
Alright.
take your. Did anyone lose a spark? No. Okay, good.
No.
I may be able to do a decent attack here if you don't mind me going next.
Go ahead.
Do it.
Hopefully it'll be a decent attack. All right, so I think I'm looking good here. So I'm gonna use my fire shaping because it lets me attack at range.
Okay.
So normally making ranged attack. These are fast moving creatures, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So normally attacking fast moving creatures very hard at range because you have to lead them. But I have superhuman reflexes.
Nice.
So I can lead them very well.
Perfect.
You know, re-aim as needed.
You can draw from that.
Yeah, exactly. And I can also burn. I can burn a spark to draw an additional card. So I'm
Okay.
going to do that for sure.
All right.
So here's the spark I'm burning. Here's a spark I'm burning to flip my talon. So I have +2 defense. Draw the additional card and the one from the spark, and then I'll drop Grace. So there's my 2 cards for the spread. I'm sorry. That's not what I want. Intellect. That's
Okay.
what I want. That's much better.
All right.
And then I'm also going to. Oh, this would be. I just drew a Call Lightning.
It's a trait, so you can.
I know. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Well, for sure, I'm going to incinerate.
Okay.
So this is, but it actually, so it's fire shaping, but it can. Is it possible for it to come off as more cold? Right?
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
yeah.
cursed. Yeah. So it's almost like a flash freeze that you just see these flash freezes keep going off around the mobs, and it goes off around all over because it's a Call Lightning. So I'll be ignoring defense. So I'm ignoring defense. I can burn. I'm going to be burning sparks here, guys. Okay, so 2 sparks. So that gives me +6 because of the incinerate. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Can I have not flipped this because I didn't need to? Okay, so that's 17 and it ignores defense.
Take that spark back.
Thank you.
17 ignores defense.
Oh, sorry. Right, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Does +2 accuracy work? Okay, so 19 ignoring defense.
19 ignores
So
defense.
yeah, Jeremy Lin actually helps me aim my my Call Lightning freeze splash.
That's right. All
So
right.
yeah,
He's very supportive.
Good call on that
Exactly.
one. Braid points that out too. That will totally take out one of the mobs, so it's altogether gone.
yeah.
Boom, and in a big blast of fire. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Because it
Flash
doesn't matter that
freeze.
you've been basically adding in blast of ice. It doesn't matter that you've been adding to their defense because
I'm
you've
just
then
gonna kill it, right?
circumvented it. So
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just load this thing up with sparks and hopefully it just goes away. Yeah.
all right.
So then I draw up, but not on defense, correct?
What you draw? Yeah, you draw up at the end of your turn. You always draw.
I'm definitely finished.
Now they're going to attack, and that one whaler is going to, because he's absorbed some spark, it's going to be almost exactly the same scenario. So you're going to get another. It's going to be another 12 attack. So.
Well.
All right.
And remember, you're adding plus
I
plus
just
4
remember
total to
that
your
I've got-
defense. from
Yeah, I remember. Okay.
I've got.
See, I have private first class Mylan and private Eerie just like arguing with each other because one is +2 defense and the other is -2.
I was looking at that too.
Yeah.
I'm like, it just zero sum.
Dodge to the left. No, dodge to the right.
Yeah. Damn it.
Small and quick gives me 5. I'm going to do strength 2 to draw another card, and then grace 4 takes me to 11.
Okay.
Which hopefully only does 1 and then now to nothing.
Yep, you're exactly right, actually.
How?
Congrats.
All right.
Oof, this is
So
gonna
I
hurt.
get 1 Grace Defense card, but thank goodness for Penelope Pipstop, who, oh wait, not her, but Tilapia, who gives me +2, including my Talon. So that's 8.
8. Okay, so that is a total of 4 left over. Divided by 2 is 2 wounds.
Ooh.
So you're going to take one of those wounds, and one of those wounds is going to kill one of your soldiers.
Oh.
So there's already one down.
Oh.
I think we all know who that's going to be.
Boink.
Yep. You can put them on that. Here, give me that.
Oh, just, yeah.
And so yeah, we'll.
Sorry, mate. And do they take? Is that enough to give them some of my brutal damage?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and so that'll add put a
Yeah.
wound back on them.
Hey, his hair's not real.
There you go. There's poor dead. John Old.
So we're so 12 is what we're.
12 is the target.
Oh boy.
Right.
Okay, I can take it down to 7. But that's
7?
the best I can do. So I'm gonna take 3 wounds, I think.
Take 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you might want to
best I can
throw.
do.
You're going to take one of those wounds, and the other 2 go to your soldiers. So
Yeah.
you might throw private defenselessness. Into,
I mean, I hate to say it, but Private First Class Mylan is gonna go.
you can also, if you want, you can burn a spark and flip your talon to give yourself 2 more.
Of course, I need to do that. I was
Yeah.
gonna do that last time. Okay, so that helps.
And because you take a wound, you'll gain a spark back, and so I think everyone in your wing. You
Yeah.
might gain 2.
Yeah, I actually get. Yeah, I do get. Okay, so let me take my. So it's 5, 6, 7. So I bring it down to 5. So that's 2 wounds, right?
2 wounds, yeah.
Okay,
so you take one.
and then I'm gonna give the other one to
Right.
Mylan. Sorry, Mylan.
So Mylan's dead.
Oh boy, here's Mylan back,
Alright.
Private First Class Mylan. The
She
thing
was
is,
fine.
I
She told
actually,
you back.
well, now that I think about it, as I see Mylan die, she actually mentioned like strategically how we should set up, and I realize now as she dies, I'm like, fuck, she was right. That would have been better, and she died for it. So yeah, but I get 2 sparks back. Thank you very much.
And everyone else
and
gets
everybody
one,
else gets
correct?
1.
Okay, who has spent sparks?
I haven't.
1,
Oh.
2. Okay. And then Mac, what do you got?
Go away.
Take your cards back, Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he wants your cards. I can only spend 1 card, so that's the best that I have.
I mean,
Okay.
that's something.
And I don't have any soldiers with defense or anything that will help me right now.
All
so
right.
Somebody's going to eat shit.
All right, so that's 4, which is a total
4
of
wounds.
8 to a max 6 divided by 2 is 3 wounds.
Wow.
3 wounds.
3 wounds is the most they can do with this attack total.
Oh.
So one of those has to go to you, and then the other 2 have to go to them, unless you want to use your death wish if you have it to eat the wound for them.
Do I want to eat wounds for these?
You're gonna have to lose. You're gonna have to lose at least 1 because you can't cover
Yeah.
both.
Sorry, Gianna, because I don't know when I'm going to scam or lie, because I just kind of just kill things.
You're just so honest. You so honestly murder people.
Yeah. Is it worth
Bye, Pip.
losing
Ish.
another one of these guys
Yeah.
or actually saving somebody else?
And with John, just the first time that Idalia was like, I mean, every life is precious, but
But not that one. I mean,
But-
maybe better off.
I don't know.
there-
I think
there's
that
a
my
loophole
wingmates
to
are
every
going to
rule.
need me
Yeah.
going forward, so I am going to go ahead and play Death Wish. And sorry, John Crichton, you.
Oh, no, you don't need to play. He dies without you playing it. Is what happens.
yeah,
So,
because
yeah.
you take the hit.
Yeah. So he takes it for you.
Yeah.
So bye bye, John Crichton. John Crichton can go on the corpse pile.
Oops.
Hey, it sucks to be human in this world. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and before the combat, I told him, I said, for the large number of you that are going to die, just know that I respect your sacrifice more than any sacrifice I'll ever make.
3 redraws for the table.
Yes.
And
Thank God.
the Shadow
Okay.
Wolf.
Yes! Yeah,
Okay.
thank you!
So
Thank you, I
this is-
fucking need that.
This is Night Steed who has added this to the combat.
Thank you, Night Steed.
Thank
I
you.
greatly appreciate it.
So what does this look like?
Can I take the? Oh, wait. Go ahead, dude.
Okay, so basically, as a part of her going back through the elemental school, and she came back with the fear, when she's feeling really threatened and attacked, this sort of defense shield comes up, and it just kind of seems like there's sort of this, they're almost hard to kind of suss out shadowy wolf figure that's bigger than she is, that's actually helping protect her, and it's super menacing and upsetting, and actually helps with her defense.
And it like moves with you?
Yeah, so it moves with me, but it's almost like you almost can't quite see it, but there's glimpses, and you can see it's just kind of this giant shadow monster wolf moving with her.
So that's going to give you +2 defense overall and add a card to your defense, which is good news because all of you are now enraged because of the infectious rage from the whalers. This also affects your soldiers, so they're all like screaming and yelling. And so with the enraged condition, you can add one
Just
more.
so you know,
Yeah.
per the backstory, Private Eerie has not changed. She is just as bloodthirsty as before.
Her secret has been the rage the whole time.
Yep, exactly. She's always angry.
She can't have my shtick.
Oh, don't worry, she's not going to be around that long.
So you can all now add 1 card to your attack spreads, but you have 1 less card to your
defense.
What does
defense
that mean
spread.
for me? Am I double enraged?
I'm not going to, because you have Shadow Wolf up, I'm not
Okay.
going to double enrage you, but you're going to have to, essentially, it's going to, like, imagine yourself, like, 2 wounds further down the pipe. So you're essentially much wolfier for at least in personality.
Yeah.
All right, so it's Idalia's turn.
All right, can I redraw now? Because I'm like running on 3 cards from like adding to a spread.
You
of
can only
defense.
redraw at the end of your turn.
Oh my god, I'm fucking scared. Okay.
Would a redraw bring her up to 5?
You can take redraws, yeah. You can
Oh, that's
actually
what I
take
mean.
full
I
think
Oh,
it-
yeah, no.
I think it's worth
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I think
so
it's
take,
worth it.
Yeah.
So you need 2 redraws to draw to 5, but yeah.
It's worth it, though.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Take 2.
Don't you think?
They got them for
All
They're
right.
there, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, sometimes we kind of sit on them for a while, though.
Yeah,
so.
All
All right, so.
I am
you, Chad, for those
reckless
redraws.
with
Thank
you so
rerolls.
much.
Slash redraws.
Yeah.
All right. Did we make that roof access after all?
Yeah, I was able to get up onto the roof, right? Or,
You can get up on the roof if you want, yeah.
right, yeah, that's where I've been working from.
Okay. So.
Out there with the abacus, it's just,
Yeah.
oh, this paperwork's so sloppy, and fix
Yeah.
it.
Let's see. So.
There's just no work ethic with people nowadays. You're not done yet, clearly.
Okay, so. Let me see. I'm gonna grab that Horn of Mead.
Oh, wow, the Horn of
Damn it.
Mead.
Horn
I
of
saw that and I
Mead.
was like, I can't believe I missed that.
Everyone's using all the other ones I want to use, so I'm just gonna make it
So
work.
draw from that.
All right. Woohoo!
Delicious.
And so I'm going to do one of my favorite new things to do with my powers, which is set everything on fire. So with Penelope's speed, she goes and just flings the mead out over the horde. I
right.
swoosh, set it on fire to drop onto the horde.
I'll definitely accept that. You can add the flaming condition.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I got
All right.
wounded, so
I
get
have
to add a
3 attack cards. Ooh, +1 now, right?
Yep, 4.
Of any suit?
Well, no, it's your same attack spread, so 4 grace cards.
Oh, then I'm screwed. All right. Thanks anyway. All right. So that's. I'm turning that into a grace card. So that's 11. I don't got a ton I can do for attack. So, has Penelope speed that help do that as well?
Yeah, I'll give it.
Okay.
I'll add. If you're going to use her as speed in that way, that's clever. So then we'll add 2 to that. So
All
that
right.
is what?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't have any. They've expended their sparks to use their telekinetic blast, so they only have a defense of 4. So that's 9, which is going to be 2 levels of, which is not bad. Plus the burning condition, which, by the way, this mob needed because the other mob that you put on Fearer died in his attack.
That's true.
no.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of dudes left there.
And then you get 1 more of you goes before they come back. So, where's the torch?
Where did I go?
Oh, I'm sorry. I never gave it to you in the first place.
Oh. Do the thing. Okay. Make it official.
All right.
I can draw again, right? 'Cause that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Attack.
That's a thing.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go with the other thing that I was going to use to murder-nate people with.
Oh, pikes.
The pikes in a tripod.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and draw from that.
Thank goodness nobody in this world seems to be able to keep track of their like racks of weapons.
Yeah.
Mac loves
littered
them so.
Let's see. I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to use superhuman reflexes because I'm moving very fast and very wealthy. I'm going to go ahead and burn a spark to draw a card
Okay.
because I could kind of use it right now. I could really use it right now because I'm going to use crude but effective.
All right.
Nice.
Good old crew, but effective.
We're using the pike sideways.
Yeah. Well, actually, I am going to be using Lorraine's +2 to Catholicism.
Okay.
So, and which we determined included torture.
Right.
So I'm guessing it's sort of a Tarkamata sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the tripods and like jam them in and twist them.
All right. I'll take it. Yeah.
So I can do that, and then I do not want to deal with being exposed right now, but I am going to go ahead and use the +3 on that.
Oh,
Okay.
horrific vision.
Yes. So it's a lot of numbers. So this gives me a 5. This is a 6. And then another 6 is 12. Plus 2 to attack from Grimclaws, so that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
20, not bad. All right, they have a defense of 5 right now because they grabbed that spark you spent, so
sure they
that brings it down to 15, which is going to be, that is 12, and that's not enough because it's not brutal, so they take 3 wounds from that, which is still significant. And now they're going to attack you back.
Of course they are.
There's a pack of them. There's another whole wave of them is coming in from the rear. So, but this one that's right up on you, there's a lot of these whalers. They definitely have a different sort of continents to chanters. They're not saying the chant. They're saying probably what the chant was when they died, and they're screaming it, so it doesn't really matter. But they also they're trying their best to target specifically the phoenixes in the group, which never happens with chanters. Chanters just kind of attack whoever is not chanting. But they seem to be they're drawn to your sparks. So they're rolling in on you, and they're going to attack both of you with this attack.
Okay.
Because you're both in the front, and they can attack both of you, and this is an attack of 8.
8. Okay. Let me mix these cards up in case
You
I
got
need
this,
to draw.
guys. 8's not too bad. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just being optimistic.
Oh, no, I appreciate that.
I'm channeling Pip's +2 expectations. This is gonna be fine.
Everything's great.
Everything's great, guys.
All right. Let's see.
Idalia knows optimism can get you far.
Yep.
So thanks to the Shadow Wolf, you can put 2 cards down, right? And remember, you can only put one. You have 1 less than your normal defense because you were enraged. Oh, but it
yes.
doesn't matter because Survivor.
Yeah. And so yeah, I got 5, and then I'm gonna burn 2 sparks to take down a wound from whatever's left.
Oh, because of Survivor?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8 would be 3. No, so you're just going to take 1 wound from that.
Cool.
Which is good, because you keep your folks up.
Because I care about my humans.
You notice, by the way,
You don't have to call them your humans.
You notice that
Step forward for him.
the whalers seem to be particularly interested in Ben Browder, because for whatever reason, Ben Browder has 2 sparks.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you can draw from, by the way, and does not kill Ben Browder when you take the last one from him.
Right. They're inspirational sparks.
Yes, Ben
not
Browder
life
has
sparks.
2 sparks for his fantastic work in Stargate SG-1.
I really need another grace
where
card.
what do you have? You have a whole 2 cards to spend. Are you saying you don't have any now suddenly? This is the
Well,
way-
I know. It's like I want to use the redraw, but I don't.
No, I mean they're there for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm...
We've been really thrifty with them, so go for
Yeah,
it.
I think we're
All
bragging
right,
of
big
two
bucks,
from,
no
game
whammies.
2.
Right, wasn't there?
That doesn't help
used that
me.
Oh, okay. I'm going for it this time.
I've drawn
Yeah.
all the bad cards right now.
Oh well.
But what I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use Vengeful because I'm really angry that I haven't drawn the cards I need. So I'll spend 2 sparks to be able to make an attack back against them.
All right.
And I'll go ahead and throw down what I have for Grace, which is that.
You can still put down 1 more if you have another grace card.
I would if I had another Grace
Okay,
card.
that happens. All right.
boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you use the trait. Draw a card.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's true. Oh, big bucks, no whammies. Damn it!
I believe whammies,
No
were
whammies.
in order. All right, so that is Vengeful just 1?
Yeah, unfortunately.
So that's 1, 2, 3.
It just lets me attack back.
And that's 4, 5 from the Shadow Wolf.
Yeah.
So 5, 3. That's going to be 2 wounds.
All right.
So.
And somebody has to take one
Yep.
Yeah.
from here,
I mean, if you're looking for a martyr,
right?
Lorraine, right? I mean,
I'm really bad. Don't ever have me have soldiers because I will let all of them die. So.
All right. On to the corpse pile
Lorraine
with
is
Lorraine.
gone. However, I do get to attack back.
Yes, you do. Go ahead.
and this is where you're gonna
Yes. So I'm gonna
give
go.
him the business.
Yes. I am going to go ahead and I got Ruthless again.
Nice.
I also got Crude but Effective. I think I'm going to go ahead and take the abacuses just because it's a bunch of them laying around and just fling them at them. Try and impale them, like break it open so that I get all the little spikes from inside and actually use that to jam into people.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I can make anything a weapon.
That's true. Both in game and in life. I see more about you, Mac, than any other person I've ever played with.
So,
It's pretty charming.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Damn.
So like a lot.
That's a good spread.
Yeah, that's not bad. What do you got?
Okay, so Ruthless, I've got 5, and then another 5, so I've got 10, and then 20, 24, 3 from my wounds, so 27, 20,
28, 29.
29, and 30, 31.
All right. So first off, they're going to lose 1 health level because they are on fire, which I forgot to apply at the beginning of this combat. And then you said 27?
31.
31. Okay. 31 minus 3,
20s.
we'll say, basically, because this increases their defense by 3. So that is 28. And then they have a defense of 4, which is 24. So 24 divided by 4. 6. Well, they got 5. So that mob goes down in a copyright Matt Mercer, how you want to do this?
I like
Mind you, there's like 15 people you just killed.
Yeah.
So you know, it's
crazy.
Yeah, you're.
Well, I have to imagine some of them got taken down because of the Abacus pile. They've been sitting there for a while. They're not in really good use anymore, so you do get the posts on there. I also do have Aaron's son who's helping me murder people because of the +2 murder. So I've got Aaron also helping me do that. And then after those are kind of torn through, I'm just going to leap on top of the mob because you figure I'm halfway there with health anyway, and I'm just going to go in and just start tearing them apart because at this point my axe has completely disappeared. I've got these big like Parian steel claws at this point, and just like as nasty as possible rip through them.
Please, animators exist so you can make this real for me at some point.
It's like how Captain America splits logs, but you do it with bodies.
Exactly.
No, I'm very mad about the things. He's challenging me. Side note: have you seen that Thor's Day Off video or whatever it is? Or like it's Thor, like Team Thor video. So
where
worth
he
it.
like lives with that guy in Australia.
Yeah, with his
Oh,
roommate,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
where they won't add him to their teams, and he just sort of has a civilian life. The two best parts is Mjolnir in its own little bed.
Yeah.
And then when he draws Mjolnir, and then he reveals that Mjolnir is holding a little Thor, and that's all I really needed in life. All right, so very well done. Pass the torch.
Thing is, I gotta use this card for what I want to
I'm
do.
not.
I want to help.
You're
but
probably in better shape than I am.
I
I have
have
all
2
my
cards in my
fucking
hand.
Oh, I have
Oh wait,
three.
did you counterattack on your? That was a melee attack.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, yeah.
Oh wait, they're dead. It won't matter.
Super dead.
Yeah, you can't counterattack the other mob. So
I mean, I actually might be able to do something decent.
All right, how about it?
I got a trade card.
I mean, I have 3 cards, which isn't great, but I mean, I think I might be able to do something here.
I'm ready to defend now.
Actually, I'm enraged, right?
Right, we're
yep,
all
you're in
like-
rage. You're all in rage.
All right. Well, let's. Okay. So I'm gonna continue to make range attacks with my fire shaping. So I'm gonna make this. So first, I'm gonna play cursed because I'm already just frustrated that I can't even use even my fire shaping combat style is not fire shaping. It's just like now flash freezing shit. So that's a problem. And okay, so first things first, I need to. Okay, so draw my card, and I'm not gonna burn the health level to regain sparks from that because that would be silly. I'm only down 2 sparks. So my spread is going to be. I'll use the grace as an intellect. I've only got a grace left. I'm gonna burn a spark to put myself back to +2 attack.
They love those.
They do like them, but
He gives them 1 and he gets +2.
So it's a net gain. But
It's so delicious.
they are delicious. Oh boy, I could add 1 more to this courtesy of being enraged, but I don't know that if I grab that, it's not even a guarantee that I'm gonna get an intellect card. So I'm just gonna stick with my 10, 11, 12.
12.
13, 14 from Jeremy Lin.
All right.
So 14.
All right, 14. They have a defense of 6 currently.
Oh boy.
So that is what, 8?
So burn
2 levels, which is not bad. 2 levels there, and then They attacked, then Mac counterattacked and wasn't even your turn, right?
Yeah, actually, it was just a counterattack.
Okay. It's so hard to tell when you attack at full force.
Right, so-
Yeah, that was
try
my
something.
counterattack.
Right. So, but you've already gone this cycle, and you've gone this cycle. So yeah, they have one more before they're going to attack again.
I'm going for it. All right.
Damn it.
So, in my frustrated state, I'm using my killer instincts,
Nice.
which deals brutal damage till the end of the round. Forgive me if I'm going to use the misspoken chant wrong. Maybe I won't even cross it off yet. But you know, she's got a lot of frustration about the things that this chant has done to people. She's tired of seeing so many innocents go down, so she's really frustrated. She's had some
Also
dealing
a
with this
frothing,
chant.
raving maniac.
Right, yeah, that too.
And a
like
comes out
this.
with I'm taking you down, motherfuckers. So she speaks the chant, and with her, oh wait,
Take a draw.
Yeah.
No, and this is not the full chant, so it doesn't infect you.
sorry, I'm actually really frustrated. Because all I've got is intellect cards, and I can use one.
I love those
So
cards.
damn smart.
I can't do this.
I have a handful of
not
grace
me,
cards.
no.
You want to be in a different situation?
I really do.
Yeah, I know that feel bad.
I want all those
It's always
grace
one or the
cards.
other.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's assume I do this right. So she takes the misspoken chant, which she's learned from before, and with the sort of radio waves that she can emit from her star powers, a lot of fun research, she sort of just infuses it sort of through them. And with not a lot. So I've got my killer instinct. I am adding, I can only use grace cards in my attack. So since I have all intellect, I can only turn one into a grace card. So that's 3, well, no, that doesn't give us a point, right?
Nope.
And this can contribute, but that's all up to you.
Is it at its face value or not?
It's brutal damage, but
Did you draw
just brutal
from
damage.
that as well?
I did.
And you drew from the misspoken chant.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't do
Yes.
this.
Oh yeah,
yet.
no,
Okay.
because you have.
Ha! So okay, we get one more. Ooh, savior. I'm not going to be so pompous as to assume I can make that happen for here. So that's 4.
We need to add to this.
Well, you get to draw
Yeah.
one more for using Savior, though.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, hallelujah!
Oh no,
All
you're
right.
not using it as a trait, so no, you don't.
Oh, boo.
right.
Might as well use that redraw because you.
right. Thanks,
Otherwise,
guys.
this is going to be a wasted
Yeah, this
spread.
is
Grace
Yeah,
of
yes.
3.
All
All
right.
right. So 7. Wait.
That's all you need to make this at least 1 damage because you need to get past her defense, which is 6. But because it's brutal damage, that 1 will be
A
will be
health level.
a full health level. So there you go. So there's at least 1 through, which is not bad.
God, that was rough. All right.
All right, so now they're going to attack. So you're basically all down there, except for you. You're still up on the top of the roof
Yeah.
there. So, well, but they do have sparks. So are they going to blast out? Yes, they're going to do a rank 10 to everybody.
10.
I am still very grateful right now for this extra Shadow Wolf stuff that I can play 2 cards, because now it's the time. I've got 8.
All right.
That's the most I have, but that's still a lot better than it could
8.
have.
All right, so that leaves 2 left over, which is 1 wound, which you take yourself.
All right, I'm using my.
It means I get to do brutal damage now.
I'm using my 1 defense card, turning it to grace for 2. I've got Tilapia's 2, and I've got my Talons 2, so that's 6.
Okay.
And again, they get 2 points of brutal damage.
All right,
for
so we'll take the wound level off of them. 6 is 4. 4 divided by 2 is 2. That's 2 wounds, so that's 1 to you and 1 to one of your compatriots.
Oh, bugger. All right. Pip, I loved your optimism, but, you know.
I did not see this coming.
But a deep Dickens.
Bye-bye, Pip. On to the corpse pile of Pip. All right.
Okay, I'm going. So I've got my +2 defense from Private Eerie, and I think that defense is just because they're just focused on this raving maniac. That's what's giving me extra defense. And I have my +2 because I just gave you a spark to flip my
Right.
Talon, so that puts me at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. So there's a difference of 1, but 1
Yep.
divided by 2 is nothing, so
I'm
you're
very
fine.
happy about that.
All right. And this is not a melee attack, so you won't counterattack on this one. What you got?
2
Okay.
and 3.
Okay. And you're reducing your defense by 1 card because you are enraged.
2?
All right. So that's going to be the max of 6 divided by 2 is 3 wounds. So that's 1 to you and 2 of your dudes.
Aye.
I'll let Ben Browder survive 1 attack by burning his sparks off. I'm gonna give them to the mob, but you still gotta kill 1 more, or it can be Ben still.
Till all or one.
All right, bye bye, Optimus. Take my Allspark. Sam, where's Wiki? There's even more information we didn't tell you in 3 movies. The Transformers also had a base in the North Pole, and they also had a base in Detroit, and they also and we were here at many times. And whatever, but basically, anywhere you go, there's a whole buried Transformers plot. All right, so throughout my life, I've had weird windows in which I've been able to do really fantastic impressions, and I was able to do Optimus Prime for about 6 months.
Nice.
Like full on Autobots roll out. You would think he was in the room. In the same way, I could do John Lovitz for about 2 years, and then I just stopped being able to do John Lovitz.
Wow.
Much the same time that John Lovitz stopped being able to do John Lovitz, and started being able to do Sad Man with the.
We saw him eating alone at Thanksgiving at what was that deli? Not Cantor's Deli, but the other Jerry's Deli.
Oh.
Yeah, we gave him props, though. Hopefully it brightened his Thanksgiving a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, as long as someone likes me, it's okay that I have no loved ones.
Oh, boy.
All right, so that was their attack. So who has yet to go? All 3 of you have gone. So
Yeah,
is it
it's
Eerie's
just
action?
Eerie, I think.
Oh,
Yep.
and
With
Eerie
2
is.
cards in your hand, huh?
Yeah, that's
Whew.
rough. Everybody needs more
Here's your
cards
torch,
right now.
brother.
Nothing left. No redraws. Nothing left on the table to do.
Yeah, we need the end of the round so we can draw back in.
anything.
Yeah, we really do that.
So,
I mean, it's not the worst numbers.
6,
Well, it's
Better
not great.
math.
9, 11. They're at, Jesus Christ, what is their defense?
9.
Oh, wow. We can't make it brutal, though. I can't make it brutal.
And you're out of environmental objects, so there's no way you can do it there.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Good God. Oh.
Yeah, this is getting ugly.
I know, I'm like, should I?
So I'd have to burn.
Oh, remember you have your percussive strikes too. Oh, and this is the maximum amount of sparks they can hold.
Oh, so you can burn sparks and not have to worry about it pumping
Yeah.
their defense.
If you're close to something, I can,
Well, and
I can
you
give
help
you 2.
regenerate sparks a lot
13,
too.
so I'm up
Yeah.
to 4. So I'm doing.
You'll take
one.
I'll take 1 off.
I just need to start regaining sparks, which
All right. All right.
I'll do if I
That'll
take a
do it.
wound.
What I got?
Yeah.
That's my
Did
death
you
wish.
have to burn a spark for that?
Oh
no, that's percussive strikes.
What the hell, man?
Okay, so all right, so that's the end of that. So it's the top of the round for everybody. They're going to go after the next one of you, so be aware of that.
So we can read. Okay.
No, you
No.
draw after your
At the
turn
end
no
of
matter
your
what.
attack.
So
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're,
You've
I
got
mean,
it.
whoever
Got
goes
it.
next is kind
I
of
don't know why that's.
screwed a little.
yeah, I don't have.
Oh, actually, I can do brutal damage right now.
Well,
Well, then you should do so because you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 health level. Sorry, you've got 7 health levels left in this one. That's actually kind of well within the range of what
Yeah.
you tend to do.
Where's the torch anyway? Oh, thank you. All right, plus I have +2 to murder, obviously, from
Yes.
here
yeah,
and here.
good point.
So I don't have any particularly interesting cards right now. So I've got a 2, got my horrific vision, but the exposure isn't really going to help me much right now.
Well, you'll take 2 of their defense down because that's what exposed does to them.
All right. I'll go ahead and do that. I'm playing all the cards I have in my hand.
All right, so they're exposed, so their defense is reduced by 2.
All right, so this gives me 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and all of my attacks are brutal damage right now.
All right, so what was the total?
16?
16. Okay, so their defense is 2 plus 5 is 7, so that's 9 you've done, right? So that's going to go through all three of them, because that's 2 normally, and then the brutal damage will push into the last wound level, which is not bad at all.
And at least now I can draw back up.
Yeah.
And they're going to sit on their sparks because they're starting to try to act defensively. So they're going to pack attack, which is, well, it's basically, they can, wait, hold on. Oh, they can only do it to one of you. So they're going to do it to you, Mac, because they can. And you're right down there in them, and you're myrtleizing them.
I do get to draw back up, though, because it's the end of my turn,
Yes.
right? Okay. Thank God.
So let's, yeah, you did get to draw up. So this is going to be, their pack attack is 9 currently. Because it goes up 1 every attack, like Chanters.
Yeah.
Now, if I can justify a strength card here, can I use it in a defense spread?
What's that?
I said if I can justify a strength card, can I use it in a defense spread?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, yeah, I'm more than happy to hear that.
If it's
Okay.
a trait, right?
Well, I have,
No,
Oh.
yeah,
Oh,
it's a trait.
Oh, it's a trait then,
Yeah.
yeah. Traits
Okay,
are always
I have power from pain.
Okay.
Which I think at this point I'm
3
pretty
wounds in.
4 wounds in, feeling pretty wrecked, and so I'm going to be using that to my advantage.
Okay.
I also get to add my current wounds to this card, so that gives me 5. I get to draw another card,
Okay.
and so that doesn't help me that much. But I do have a grace card I can throw down, and I do not have anything else for defense right now. But that gives me 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. But it's actually -2 because you are exposed. Oh no, it's 1 less card. And you didn't, no, you're fine. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just 8.
Yeah.
So, so that is technically 1 wound.
That's fine, though. Survived
You're
it.
good.
Yeah.
In
You're
great
still
shape.
with us.
Yeah.
I mean, you're essentially just a wolf, like, wearing a tattered cloak at this point. But you're,
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so who's going to take it up next?
I need to not
I
die.
have a handful of grace cards, so on my attack, I don't know what you're looking at, Chan, but
Because how many do we have left?
You got
There
intellect
are
for my grace.
4 wound levels left on
4
it.
health levels,
but
yeah.
and it has a defense currently of 7.
I mean, I could burn a whole ton of sparks because it's not going to absorb them, but that's that's the best I can offer, really.
I can't do much yet either. If somebody's got a better defense right now.
Well, let's see what
Attack.
happens. Okay, we can do this. I'm gonna go in swinging with that
Ouch.
with a stiff right hook.
Okay. And remember, you're enraged, so you have another card in your spread.
Blur of motion for
yeah.
another 2 to draw 2. I've got 2 left to give, so we're at 4.
You can actually put 3 more in there because the blur of motion doesn't count towards the total.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna do Memories of the Chant.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give it to anybody. I'm just gonna do the normal 3. So what's that now? 3, 5, 7.
And the last thing you want to do is like make a chanter mob out of your remaining allies here. Although they're all immune, so they can't.
Yeah, that's true.
No.
You'd still put a wound on them for giving them a chance, so you kill them. But you wouldn't create a chanter, which is way better at the end of the day. I mean, these people are great, but I would kill all of them in their sleep if it meant because I'm the chanter.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, Kelvin agrees.
Yeah, I'm gonna. In my youth, I stabbed a few people in the back, and that's essentially what I'm trying to do here. Is
See, it's really easy to have misspent youth as a trait when you spent 1,000 years reliving the same day while you were 9. So technically, you've done everything in your misspent youth.
Like, I have a story of that because I have a story of literally everything.
Yeah, I had a groundhog drive a cart. It was fantastic.
Don't drive angry. All right, so you still have 3 more cards you can put into the spread because none of those traits counted against it. Which is good because you might just be able to,
Just might pull this off.
and you're getting +3 attack from your Talon, which is not bad.
Wait a minute. 2 more, right? So 3 total?
You have 4 total because you get 3 right from your attacks, or do you get 2 from your attacks?
I get
2 cards from your attacks.
yeah,
Yeah,
two
that's
cards.
it. You're done out.
So 10, 16, 19, 21. They have how much?
They have 7 defense.
That brings it to 14.
14.
So we would need to pump it a
get
little.
16. They can't.
Yeah, they can't
take
absorb anymore. They're full
So
up.
this takes it to 16. Yeah.
All right. So 16 divided by 4 is 4, and that's it. Boom. All right, so you're like whizzing through, like grabbing guys, throwing them into spikes, doing whatever it is that you do, terrible things, catching people with
horrible
your hook and dragging them over things, and showing up in their bedroom late at night, and whatever it is that you're doing.
After they've gone home to sleep.
Yeah, you're doing all that stuff.
Tying their
And-
shoelaces together.
and while they don't get a separate attack round, please be aware that all of your soldiers are like, stabbing individual whalers and like pushing them in, and they're all like enraged now too. So they're actually surprisingly effective figers, except that they had no defense, which is fine because they never did. As far as they're concerned, they were already terrible. But they're like, like he's like one's like slamming one's head against a rock until it's
That's
just, like,
my
falling.
boy!
And they're grabbing them and stabbing them and doing really well. And then eventually, like after a moment, there just becomes that like weird thing where you don't even realize you've killed them all. You've been fighting for like hours in this building. What was that?
He's already dead.
Yeah. It's like that thing in the thing where the guy's like shooting the gun and everyone's like, no, he got it. He got it.
Welcome to my world.
And I
Understand why
don't know,
you like it.
because I'm feeling in an anime mood, like, as Mac like manages to sort of calm herself down, the gigantic shadow wolf over her like howls and then like spins out into the night or something.
Sorry, anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
That was really helpful. So that would save me a couple of times being able to have another defense.
Good, and that didn't feel too broken, so I'm feeling very confident that at least that one of the flares is something that we can open up to eventually to XP without me feeling like every combat I'm like, I just can't kill the phoenixes.
I mean, clearly it's not that hard.
Yeah.
I mean, even with it, you're at,
Well,
you're
that's
at
one of the
Walking
advantages of this
Dead.
game too, is that even if I couldn't kill you, you'd still throw yourselves into the pit at the end of it to level up. So you managed to sort of take on this battle, and the soldiers are sort of collecting themselves, and it's already like it's approaching midday, it seems, and it's clear that your presence is going to animate more of these chanter or whaler mobs. But you have no choice but to continue going forward.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go ahead and disclose that you will manage to get till tomorrow morning without a combat. So you're gonna get your morning's worth of recharge at least.
Okay.
But what do you want to do for the rest of the day, and how do you want to approach the city with the knowledge you now know about the incumbent threat, and also pass me the Kit Kat bars.
Well, it's hard not to draw attention, but the less we can draw, the better.
Yeah.
But we should destroy these before they get to any other cities and do more damage where someone can't.
I mean,
Where
it
are
depends
the
on if that's the worst of it or
spirit
not.
threads coming from?
Well, if we're still trying to find this fragment, maybe they're guarding it or...
Where are the spirit threads pointing?
Want to do a spirit spread?
Let's do it.
Thread spread.
Quick, quick. All right. And all right. So that's 5 for my skill specialties, 5 for intuitive because that's appropriate. That gives
What's
me
a
another
trump?
draw.
I'll give it to you.
Hey, all right.
But burn as many cards as you want to in that spread.
Yeah.
If you want to get rid of 2 more cards, go ahead. No, 3 more cards. Go ahead and add them to it. Oh, you all come down, by the way. You're not.
So, okay.
Except Mac,
Enraged.
who's always slightly enraged.
Yeah.
the
Always
thing is,
angry.
I want
It's
to
my
get
natural
rid of,
state of being.
Yeah.
Also,
I'll get rid of
in the
another intellect card because
Okay.
let's hope for some grace. All right. And I got to draw one from that, which actually I already did. Okay.
Okay.
So.
So what's happening is these chanters are a manifestation of the chant, or so the whalers are a manifestation of the chant that essentially draws on your own energy to animate these bodies. It's sort of, if you will, as you learned last week or assumed last week and are correct, the chant is sort of like, if you will, like a magical computer program, right? That somebody built to do a specific thing, and it may have been malicious initially too. It might have actually been like a curse or something, but over millennia of existing, it's like slowly grown and become what it is. So, chanters and whisperers and now wailers are all extensions of this initial programming, where they're basically like positive mutations if you were looking at it from the chant's perspective. So these wailers are basically like the antibodies against phoenixes. So they, long after the ectoplasm that powers chanters and whisperers has burned out, these are able to draw forth on the ambient phoenix energy to reanimate, and which is why they're not connected to the chant. So they're not actually chanting, they're just sort of saying the words they used to say because they used to be chanters. And they're so as long as you're in town and you're exposing yourselves to large populations of like dead chanter corpses, you'll continue to animate whaler mobs that will come running after you to try and suck out all your sparks. But also, the one piece of good news is, if y'all go away, they can't sustain themselves. So it's not like, it's not like they'll wander out of the city and go create chanting outbreaks. They're only gonna exist while you're around.
Why don't we just send these people in to get the shard?
You can certainly send them out. You can send them ahead. Oh, we got to redistribute here too. How many do we have?
I have
6,
one.
7, 8, 9.
I've got 3.
I got 2.
You're not getting any of mine.
Mac needs one more.
Yeah, I look at Private Aaron and I'm like, you're gonna get along well with this one.
I appreciate that because
Yeah.
I could also use the defense.
I know.
My God, could I ever?
All right, let's see here. All right, so you could definitely send ahead a scouting party of the regular humans. They won't, in theory, attract whalers.
They won't
But they
attract
might
whalers,
attract
but
other things.
exactly. And
And-
so what extra we draw in whalers, I think, is still worth our presence.
Well, and what we've seen before historically with these shards is that they're usually surrounded by, not whalers.
So even if they find it, we're still going to need
What
to
do
be
they
there.
do at that point?
Yeah.
However, we should try and get there as quickly as possible because, we may rest. We could rest until the morning, and we'd be stronger for it. But that while we're resting, just our presence alone is this is metagaming. They're not going to show up, but just our presence alone is going to draw more and more. So,
But we've already cleared some from this area. If we hold until dawn, there aren't any more around immediately for us to reanimate. Unless our presence is somehow emanating further than we thought. But we can still withdraw back a little bit. We do need to have at least a little bit of time to not be this right now.
right.
One thing I will say, sort of outside of the game context, is you need to at least funnel a little bit of your wounds through Idalia onto these mobs.
I'm going to get ready to,
I think technically your, I believe your power says that it only works for living things.
That's right.
That's
So-
not how I'm going to do it. At least when it comes to these things, you have a special chant-centric version of this power.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need to be
We're the chant team.
you need to be dragging wounds off, otherwise you are going to eventually start going down, and there's at least 2 combats left, and at the amount of wounds that you take per combat, you're going to be in trouble. So
We need a Dawn, and then we're going to need her to help pull wounds. So, I definitely need to see the Dawn, okay?
I understand.
Otherwise, somebody's going to end up with me in your head, and you don't want that.
yeah.
So how many can I take?
Think of the conflicted relationship that Ink already has. Ink and her are going to be in the special live play version of the Odd Couple, where he throws down trash on the ground and then you slash his throat, and then throw the umbrella at him and then scream and run towards camera, and then it's all.
But then he would apologize for throwing trash on the ground because he's polite.
Yes.
All right. But are we going to
Well,
assume that we're
Right.
waiting
yeah.
until the dawn at least?
Well, you can march into the city. as long as Idalia is willing to, like, you can, every now and again, you'll just do a spirit spread, which we won't need you to actually do here, but every now and again, you sort of, like, open yourself up to the spirits, and basically, you imagine it like radar, so, like, you can see, you can feel the filaments of, like, the ambient spark energy moving off, but as long as the mobs are very far away from you, they just kind of, like, glaze towards the center of town.
Right.
When mobs get closer, like the strings actually move because the mobs are close enough to sort of make the changes. So as long as you're like watching to make sure that like you're not getting vibrations in the spread, and for the purposes of making this even more like the movie Aliens, now it has the beep thing from the motion trackers. So as long as it's like not like beep. Ben Browder's like, they're in the walls, man.
Yeah.
Game over, man. Copyright.
So it says on my turn I can take wounds, but like, I mean, essentially we're just kind of hanging out.
Always your turn out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I was saying, are we hitting the Dawn because that would give me a couple, at least like one less wound, and then she could take some as well.
Well,
I have plenty to distribute.
Yeah.
Which is what you mean. You shouldn't mind. It's not going to be. I think you can only take one at a time. Right?
Actually, I can take as many. There's so many. Yeah. With one spark, I can take any number of wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can take any number of wounds you want because you'll definitely also, even if you fill up to 4 wounds, you will definitely have you will get one will get peeled off at the end of. So
that's when like I can.
Yeah,
use
and
one.
and yeah. So if you want to take, you can. Do you want to just take wounds from Varya, or do you want to take wounds from a little bit from everybody?
Hey, Varya.
Because you don't need to take his wound because it will go at dawn.
Yeah.
Well, since Varya, you're one of our best fighters, and I really want you to be up to snuff for the morning. So, how many do you care to?
Well,
the
you can
most she
only
can give you is
absorb
2.
2.
Huh?
Well, that's actually the question. It depends on what timing you want to do this at. If you wait until dawn, you'll both lose 1, and then you can give her 3, which would clear you down to
That's what I was wondering. Is like,
Yeah.
can we hit the Dawn first, and then we can?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, but that would still mean that you would be all the way up to 4. So like you would, as long as you would just need to make sure that she passes
hanging
pain
on to
before combat. And I think you
Yeah.
can only pass 1 at a time, right?
I can. It depends on how many sparks I burn. So 1 spark per wound. So if I burn like 3 sparks, 3 wounds.
Half your rank round up though.
Oh my god.
So it's 1 per turn.
Okay. I gotta rank up.
So it's up to you guys how you want to do it. I mean, figure it out amongst yourselves. We'll take a
Okay,
few
so at
seconds
Dawn
then.
though, I'm only getting 1 wound.
Yeah,
taken
everyone,
off, right?
you basically get, I believe it is twice your rank in sparks up to your max, and then 1 wound is peeled off.
Okay.
So you're rank 3? 2.
2.
2. So you're gonna
So maybe.
get
So I have 4. You're gonna. One of those is gonna go away from you. I could give you 2, and then I've got 2, and you'll have 3. But you can probably wipe out all 3 of those pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so.
And it still gives you a buffer, on top of having a couple of people.
Yeah, so taking 2 is gravy.
Okay.
I'm rank 4. Okay.
Oh, wait, these are for who?
those are yours.
I get.
You get twice your rank in sparks.
And I cannot use this mini.
Right, so there's yours, Mac. Just make sure you don't take past your maximum.
What is it, 14 now?
Wow.
Was it 14 last time? It's 14 then, I think. I think you're 16, you're 14, and you guys are both 12.
Oh wait, I actually didn't spend any.
Oh, then give me those back.
So I was like, wait a minute. All right.
and spend sparks.
I know,
Especially
right?
because, like, as I learned when I was playing Kelvin,
Sparks will come back. Particularly in our next encounter, I'm going to start burning health levels.
okay, so I'm assuming that Knight's Steed here meant horror movie teleport. And not horror movie telephoto, which began as saying good old horror movie telephoto, which is that really scary movie where like every time you're like trying to center, like, wait, is the kid from The Ring in this shot? No, it's just on my lens. By the way, I gotta give serious kudos to the writers of the movie Rings, who were like, how can we up the ante on this? And someone's like, what if the girl comes through the TV in the back of the fucking headrest in an airplane? And I was like, oh shit. Like, That is really good, like sort of anti-upping right there. Like that's the other than like, what if it comes through like somebody's phone while they're watching in bed? Like, how can we make it creepier? But like, man, yeah, airplane ring girl. Holy shit,
That's the
that is
worst.
serious. All right, so next combat, you have horror movie teleport.
Nice.
You have creeping cold.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you have solar flare. So
Nice.
and it looks like the only we now had to get a thank you, by the way, Nightsteed. We now are getting to test all of our flares.
Yeah. Thank you,
You're gonna have to wait on someone else giving you the Shadow Wolf for the next
No,
one.
that's fine. No, that was helpful though. It kept me from being completely dead already.
Yes. And I'll do this much: if we one more, however it goes, one more flare, and we will make this the initial character art available if anyone wants to make their own soldiers. Sorry, Matt. It will only.
If you want my crappy sketches,
Yes.
you can
Here's
have
the
them
thing,
for a donation.
The only way this will ever haunt you is if you become an incredibly successful artist, and then people are like, "Look at these early works we found."
That's never going to happen.
No, that's a quality problem. So now all you have to do is get put up in the Louvre, so that someone can be like, "But I have this I got for $1 on a donation site."
Oh my god, I have bins and bins of old art like that's way worse than this. So I mean, I'm still good. So you're gonna take a couple of those off of here. So
All right.
I gave you 2 of them.
Okay.
But you,
And then I lose
Yeah.
one in the
Heal.
morning. All right.
thank you.
And I'll heal mine in the
You're
morning.
welcome. Always for you, Varya.
Yep, and you're gonna heal one of yours in morning. In morning, you're gonna heal one of yours in morning. I'm so sad about healing. I always watch the chat like out of the corner of my eye because I'm started working at Saving Throw as a producer, so I'm used to it. And Sir Moose Jaws, great name, is like legit like just full on does not believe we could learn a game as complex as Phoenix Dawn Command. And I'm with you, man. It does seem kind of daunting in application, but what does not translate through the cameras, and I must point out, is that like everything you need to know is on the cards that's in front of them, and all 6 schools work in a very sort of specific way. And even though as these characters have like died and leveled up, they've gained a little bit of traits from other schools over time, you're still always your core school. So like Mac always takes wounds, gets stronger, punches harder. The elementals always create like nukes.
Yeah.
You always sort of work mechanically the same. And so it actually gets out of the way a lot and lets you role play,
Yeah.
which is fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing really is just, it seems complicated probably because we're adding all the numbers, but it's really just that. It's trying to soak out as many numbers as you possibly can to build it up. So it's like, oh, I have this from here and this from here. So it's really more of a how can I use it to my advantage rather than being horrible math game.
And honestly, once you get good at it, like when you open your hand of cards, you're like, oh, I know exactly what this is. Like this is a 20 plus attack sitting in my hand, waiting for me to use it. And then you have to sacrifice that to defend before you get a chance to take your action.
Yeah, which is such butts.
All right, give me one. Well, actually, you know what? You've got another whaler combat, so I will keep the same stuff out.
Oh no.
Which reminds me, we'll give you guys a special bonus for being so good today. Toss some environmental object ideas for an outdoor combat coming up in a ruined city. Outdoor combat in a ruined city. I will take 3.
Can I make a grace spread to find the nearest cave to go into?
I mean, yeah, but it's several miles out of the city. It's back in the mine you left when you fought. So yeah, 3 environmental objects that you would find outside in a ruined city. And because you're here, Sean, they will all be like Jonathan Belter's belt, Jonathan Belter's face, Jonathan Belter's...
You know, I don't know why they're so
Belter.
obsessed with Jonathan Belter. That is my character's brother. It's not even my main character, Donovan Belter. Like, come on, guys. Tribute to Donovan, all right? Shonovan is a joke.
I just want to remind people that without rerolls, Philip Nasty Ness could well die this time.
Yeah, or Officer Chomperello.
Chomperello. I mean, his partner already died. Why would you want to see him die as well?
Yeah.
He's got so much to live for.
It's like I hear Sarah McLachlan's song behind this. As you're like sort of telling them, like, please
donate.
help.
For only
If you don't donate, then Private Steven could die.
Private Steven should die. Private Steven's a piece of crap.
To be fair, Private Steven is a mediocre white guy. I have not described him at all. He doesn't deserve to be. He has no story. He's just skated through on his mediocrity his whole life, much like myself.
Ben Browder is a white dude with dreads, so if
he's
he
automatically
dies,
worse, actually.
He's kind of
God.
earned it.
Oh shit! Are you super into fish too? Okay.
Ben
Oh my God.
Sam Browder.
Ben Sam Browder.
People call him Sam sometimes. It's like
Ben Sam Browder. Yeah, he's not gonna show it now.
you can enjoy our chat captain Sam Proof is also what was the name of your Rasta character and
Raz.
your Raz
Oh, nice.
in
Tim and Eric.
Tim and Eric.
You're in Tim and Eric?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great job.
And when Sam
Was
and I-
it an obnoxious? Was it an obnoxious like hippie character?
No.
No?
He was like a Jamaican. Like,
you were their friend
guy.
they made on vacation,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, so he was like super chill.
yeah.
Yeah.
My dearest Idalia, can you hand me a Coke?
Of course.
I'm trying to think of all the stereotypes to cast.
That's all the
somebody
manners I
because
have.
I'm
Don't
a
expect
monk.
any more for the rest of ever.
I appreciate you spending them on me so much.
Um,
No, it means a lot.
So, but when we
I burn sparks to use courtesy.
I forever appreciate it. You know this.
I have two really good friends named Sam, both of whom I basically like became good friends with by spending like 4 nights, 4 24-hour expanses in a row at Comic-Con. And Sam Proof is one of them, but Sam Weller, who you'll probably see on one of these shows eventually, is another one. And then just that thing where at Comic-Con you're like, well, I guess we're just going to hang out throughout. And so like, except when we're sleeping, we'll be hanging out. And
Yeah.
then, the way I like to do Comic-Con is you go do whatever you want to do all day, and then you just don't stop. You just keep
Yeah.
wandering around from party to party all night. You go to various bars. And the thing that they don't tell you about San Diego Comic-Con is like, fuck a ticket. You don't need a ticket.
Totally.
Just go to go to San Diego. If you can find a place to live, that's the shitty part.
Yeah.
If you can find a place to, but if you can stay in San Diego, you will bump into people that you cannot believe you're spending time with at like in the line to get a hot dog. You know what I mean? And so, but Sam and I would wander around, and wherever we would go, we either got Roz, which was accurate,
Yeah.
and people would come over and like get his signature for that, or Rob Zombie, which was not accurate, and but
Still signed autographs. For
yeah,
it,
yeah. and then would like be really bitter about it after, like, fucking, I'm not Rob Zombie, that sucks. I'm like, you signed his autograph, you took that money he gave you.
Why are you carrying around his CDs and selling them? I don't understand why.
And actually everywhere he went, he would explain how you can justify the dream sequence in House of a Thousand Corpses to anyone who would listen.
Yeah.
That can't be
That's
true
not
because you
fair.
can't justify that. She does not go to sleep, yet somehow it's a dream sequence. Fuck you, movie. But no, I'm happy to say that in like 7 or 8 years living in LA, I have not lost my not like starstruckness, but like it's still always kind of magical to me, like the cool shit that happens to me. And I meet my friends who've like been here for like 2 years and they're super jaded, and I'm like, what? Like this cool thing, like this thing, this TV show you liked, the actor was just here, and like, yeah, well, I mean, I live in LA. You're like, oh, fuck off. And what's your HBO show? I missed it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. 'cause that's
But
annoying.
so at the wedding I was at a couple weekends ago, French Stewart was there because he's friends with the couple. I like French Stewart. He's very funny.
Yeah.
And at one point, French Stewart was was hitting a piñata. And I was just like, growing up in Maine, I never imagined that I would be standing 5 feet from French Stewart in a blindfold hitting a piñata to try and get like miniature alcohol bottles. And I was like, yeah, life is brilliant and golden and wonderful.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, and that's all I need in life is just like fun, random shit to happen. Of course, I get that much out of having an Uber driver recognize a D&D reference, but that's the thing.
Those are equally amazing.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Tim and Eric related ones of that, and I've encountered Tim and Eric in various like parties and things like that, but my best friend who's in New York now got really drunk and was making out with him next to me like heavily for a while, and so I would always give her crap for it because we see him on like a billboard looking ridiculous or something, and I'm like, you went so hard on that guy. Just shut up. But it was good.
Ate that face.
Hate it. All right, let's. We're taking bathroom breaks. That's the weird thing about this show being like midway through Saturday and we drink all day is that we're the only show that takes consistent bathroom breaks.
Well, here's the thing. I take a bathroom break after dark sun, and then that's it.
You're dude. You got like the I don't know the.
I have a big bladder.
Yes, that's it.
Like biologically,
That's
that
the
is
funny
true. I have been told that by a doctor that I
Really?
have a big bladder. Yeah.
Wow. Like, did it come up? Like, what kind of
I was
examination did that come up in?
like, this is really weird. Like, I just don't like pee all that often. Like, I drink water and stuff. He's like, hey, you probably have a big bladder. And I was like, okay, so that's the end of it.
Yeah.
I remember once.
There was no examination, but I feel like
okay.
if a doctor
Like,
said,
you
you
know.
probably have a big bladder, I take that as, I definitely have a big bladder.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing,
Trust
right?
your doctor.
Yeah. The doctor says something. It's like, oh, well, then I can now say a medical professional said that I have a large bladder.
I once had to go see a gastroenterologist, and I was like shy about saying the word fart. And he went on a whole rant about how like fart's a perfectly legitimate word, and it's in one of the last lines in Dante's Inferno, and he was like, it's like a medical term. I don't understand what people's problem is, and I'm like, okay, buddy, like it's so weird to me,
Yeah.
like you're defensive about this.
I had a doctor do the same thing when I was like, I told the doctor that I was very uncomfortable using the term cheek clapper. And the doctor went off on an extended rant telling me how it was a medically appropriate term. So
What?
you know, I was definitely convinced by that argument.
I guess if something can physically happen, does that mean that it's a
Exactly.
medically appropriate term
Exactly.
just by virtue of that?
Yep. Yeah, that's what the doctor was telling me. He was
else
like,
about
no,
Berkman?
listen, that actually happens. I'm like, yep, good point. He's like, that's why booty clapping is an appropriate
Medically
term.
appropriate?
It's like, I agree, doc. Listen, I'm with you. Like,
Well, it was nice coming back.
Get Sean's doctor to verify as well,
Yes.
as something someone said in the. All right, so we have the environmental object. So what we're going to do, because we are coming up near the end here, is we're going to do sort of a running combat. So what happens is, I swear to God, we'll have RP next week. But you guys aren't paying for RP. You're paying for combat skills, so that's what we want.
I've been RPing this entire time.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah.
And he doesn't mean role playing, it's another thing, it's
Yeah.
a medical condition.
It's I have been RPing this whole time.
This game brought to you by adult diapers.
Yeah.
Rage peeing?
Rage peeing the entire time.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm really glad I
Sax
had
said,
that.
you're enraged, and I was like, already am, but okay, I'll roll with it. I'll play a little differently.
So angry I could pee, and I have.
Happening now. May I use the bathroom, please?
I have been on my stoic peeing, actually. You know, I pee very stoically.
just standing there
People can never tell that I'm peeing.
Yep. Which is really awkward because when you're in a restroom, people are like, why is he just standing?
He's just standing there, yeah. Yep. I actually, I am actually very proud of my ability to make solid eye contact with everybody else at the urinals while I'm peeing, and it's just one of those things. Like, I know it makes other people uncomfortable, but just to give them solid eye contact for a couple of seconds,
Yep.
and then go back to it. It's like, I wonder how that made their day.
I love this. This is why I love the Dark Sun campaign, because the Dark Sun campaign is all improvisers, and so they always yes and everything. My favorite was the rant you went on like 2 weeks ago, where you were saying, "What is this, Nazi Germany?" I'm always asking that, and then someone went up to do like, and no one will tell you, and then someone said, "Yeah, you're always kind of confused as to whether this is or isn't Nazi Germany," and they went on like a 2 minute to 10 minute tangent about whether or not Sean is living in Nazi Germany, and it was
And then
so
no one
good.
will tell me.
Yeah, no one will tell you.
No.
Oh man, that show is so funny.
And sometimes we play games.
Yeah, you actually get a lot of game. You get more game done with tangents than we do.
This isn't really a tangent game kind of the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we have Dark Sun.
Everything's different and everything's great.
Yep. All right. So over time, you sort of through a combination of scout. It's morning. You move on. It's sort of a combination of like scouting ahead, being safe.
Can I burn some grace cards to help scout?
Yes, you can. If you want to burn some grace cards, you can do
Yeah,
it.
let's.
Because we still don't know where this fragment
Yeah,
is.
let
exactly.
me. I can burn these
Okay.
to help scout.
Scout.
That's about all I can.
Did our scouting human die? I think they did.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, you guys, you can do a good collective scouting.
I got a scout. I got a
Okay, so it's +5 at least.
12.
Do you want to burn a card on that? Just cycle a card on that, rather? If you have cards you want to get rid of, you can. No one else?
Can I burn my can I burn my mysterious card in this? Maybe like just do like my soldiers are asking me Tom Hanks style in Saving Private Ryan about my first death, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to talk about that yet. I'm holding back on my first death.
As long as you agree to come back 5 weeks from now and do like a long confession at gravesite with them.
Yeah, and actually eventually I will
Lay down a rose.
Yeah. As we zoom into your face as you slowly get old, like sort of, hey, perfect, yeah. All right, so that's, what was his level on that?
For me, that's 8.
Okay, 8 plus 5 from him. Do you want to cycle a card now? Like 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 10, 15. 15 is not bad. All right, so you're able to, you're able to stay away from, you don't trigger any chanter mobs initially. You're able to stay out of whatever, far enough away from large collections of the corpses to do that. You also eventually find like essentially the core of the city. So again, this is like people are wearing togas and carrying gladiuses, but by the time you get to the core of the city, there are like large, stone construction buildings, and it's basically like, grid streets sort of a scenario. A lot of this was built by magic before magic was like wholly outlawed. So they would sort of, they would build like stone structures and then use like early proto-ash sorcery to make it a more permanent endeavor and whatnot. Some of these buildings are a little bit decrepit from the battles. Clearly some sort of artillery or maybe a phoenix that was dispatched blew a hole out of the side of one building, and then maybe there's another building that obviously there was a fire inside it and it destroyed some of the superstructure. But mostly they're all still intact. And at this point, almost everybody at this level was either a chanter or dead, and so there's not a lot of corpses lying around here. But as you get closer to the core of the city, it becomes clear that this is where the last beating heart of active live chanters are. You can kind of hear the chant on the wind. You definitely are well aware of it. And the soldiers are a little bit nervous about it. Weirdly enough, they're much more comfortable fighting whalers than chanters. They saw too many of their friends go down. So that's way off in the horizon, though. You're aware that that's there, and that's when you're noticing, you're doing your regular half-hourly scan, and you're noticing the tendrils of sort of Phoenix energy start sort of moving very quickly, and then eventually spring in behind you, and then you can already hear and you can see in the far distance coming over carts and dales the sort of running mob, and then and they're blowing objects out in front of them, but also just piling through things, and every now and again some of them will get stuck and pile up like ants in a line for a second and then pour back out. So essentially the whalers are behind you, and in front of you is the remaining chanters, and presumably a whisper gestalt, or at least a few whisperers, and the artifact. So you basically have the choice of either trying to fight this entire whaler mob down and then take them in course, or you can try and do this on the run and maybe get in there and take out the artifact and cleanse it.
Taking out the artifact is going to drop pretty much everyone.
That's always been a good thing for us to do, to get to the thing.
You don't know.
It might not.
It may not take out all the whalers, because the whalers seem to be animated by your energy. Maybe whalers who have aggregate sparks from you might maintain, but as soon as you push them down to being only sustained by the chant, if you've taken out the artifact, then they'll drop. Which means then all you have to do at that point is get them to burn sparks.
Well, and especially if we go ahead and we take out this artifact, then we can always come back and clear out the rest of the city, even if a few of us
Right.
die. But if we die in this initial wave of whalers, then the artifact remains intact, and we have to try this all over again.
We were provided with a list of our objectives in order, and that's to clearly
Priority.
prioritize above everything else.
All right, give me 1 second to grab some. Here, while we're at it, show the both sides of that to the chat.
Here's your torch.
I don't know if the chat has ever seen it. That's a torch, and the torch has it's two-sided. It's too small for us to use in terms of I don't know that you guys can even really see what we've written on these big cards. But when we so when you play the home version of it, you can write down the environmental objects on that when you pass it around, which is kind of a neat little system, I think.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. No, they're in here.
Yeah, I actually, I just played the Phoenix this week for the first time with my home group. And it was, nobody had played it before, and it took maybe, by the end really of the first encounter, people pretty much had it figured out pretty well. There's still you're going to read the card and make sure you understand what it says, but keep in mind that's the first time they've used it. So after you've used the card 6 times or 8 times or 10 times or whatever, by then it's old hat and you know what's going on. But people picked it up pretty quickly. Actually, I think it does appear more complex than it really is.
Your hand size doesn't, or your deck size doesn't increase that fast. You get a new every other level you get a nice +5 card, and then on the other levels on every odd level or every third level I think you get a new trait. And that's really it. And so you basically you can cycle through your deck a few times in a game, so it's not like anything's a surprise.
Yeah.
All right, so basically you think you have a few there's probably as many as 2 whaler mobs running up at you from the outer city, and then, which is probably the reason that they're out there, is that's as far as the chanters got in their main push, and the bulk of them is coming back at you. And then you have ahead of you, you don't know how many chanters or whisperers, but that's maybe you could make a dash for it and try and stay ahead of them. You could split the party and try and hold them back. You could do some combination thereof. But
I think we need to keep moving forward.
Keep moving, make a dash.
And try and make a formation of some sort where we can kind of pick off the ones that are catching up to us at the back.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you imagine all your groups still have to sort of stay in a line, you don't really, but who's at the front, who's moving towards the center of the city, and who's at the back?
Well, you're definitely the fastest. You're going to be able to get in and get at that shard much quicker than the rest of us can.
Penelope can kind of help. I think Penelope probably has experience with forced march tactics.
Yeah.
Can we swap a person?
Or you can just keep her so that you're as fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you probably need to be up close as well.
Well,
for that.
yeah, because we don't want her getting picked off by the ones that are catching up to us.
And she may be the only thing that keeps us alive later.
Yeah, so maybe I should be in the back, kind of picking off the ones that catch up, and you can kind of be the tip of the spear along with them.
I can buffer between, they go first, I'm kind of in between, and you're following up.
Yeah, and if I'm struggling, you can hop back and help me.
Exactly.
Maybe.
All right. Well, first off, here's some
Varya
environmental
sandwich.
objects provided mostly by the chat.
Bitter
So
sandwich.
Yeah, bitter
Fuckwad
sandwich.
has added a garden gnome.
Nice.
There are animal droppings by Sir Moosejaw. And then there's a horse trough by Reign of Peace. This is what happens when I write fast. None of that's legible. You'll figure it out. And then there's a ruined unicorn statue by our good friend the Knight, who's given us all the things that they've given us. And then a barricade somewhere. And then that's actually 2 different objects there. There's the chant, which you can always take the chant. You can take the condition of the chant into yourself to remain invisible to chanters. It doesn't work on whalers. And then there's the broken chant that the whalers are yelling, which you can use in some way, which we saw last combat with Idalia.
Yeah.
Remember that your flares, all 3 of your flares are active. So the way it works is you have horror movie teleport on. So any turn in which you don't attack, you gain the hidden condition, which you can then discard to basically teleport ahead of, or you do the spooky teleport where you arrive where someone's going, or you spring out of their dish cupboard or something.
I'm looking around. There's a lot of dish cupboards around here.
Yeah.
It's like a Home Depot blew up.
And then solar flare. So when you do damage, you're going to give people the exposed condition, and if you do brutal damage, you'll give them the stunned condition. And then we have creeping cold, which is you essentially give the burning condition but cold damage to anyone that you hit, and if you use your curse card in a spread, it becomes brutal damage.
Love it.
There you go. All right, so who amongst you is going to be first to move then? Anyone can take the torch here.
We're still too far away from wherever the central whispers are, right?
Yeah, you're a ways out from them.
Okay, so it's really just us moving until either the whalers catch up to us,
Yeah.
or we hit the chanters.
Yeah, so I guess who goes first is kind of depends. Are we going to get there before we get caught up in the back?
You don't know. It depends on how you go, I guess.
Oh, okay. So we need to make spreads to move essentially.
Yeah, I mean you can make, we'll say, grace spreads. And for every 5 you can apply to a grace spread, you'll get like a certain distance towards your eventual goal.
I'm not bad on grace right now, guys. I don't know.
That's not great for me right now. Actually, I'm wondering what state this barricade is in.
I mean, it's whatever kind of the as with any story element, it's basically whatever state you need it to be.
Can I increase our speed by using the Empire specialty? Being that I know how to get these troops to march, like to increase their marching speed.
I'll give you +5 to your grace movement.
All right. So for me, that would be 12. That's what I got. I could burn 3 sparks, bump it up to a 15. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna burn 3 sparks.
Okay.
It's 15.
All right. So prompted by you, your squad moves very quickly down the pitch. You get a significant distance with the 15.
I'm just wondering if we can get through this barricade and try and use it to block stem some of the tide of the whalers coming after us.
I think that's a good idea.
If you want to try and route them through it, sure. So make a grace spread to get ahead of them, and then we won't even start placing the torch yet. And then one of you can take the torch and use the barricade action to try and take them out.
Okay, I'll do that later. I can't do a grace spread right now.
Okay.
All right, I'll do.
I'm all Spectre strength right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my intellect card as grace, and the speed, right? So I'll do a +2 from Penelope. 11.
Okay. You make it almost as far as Sean does, so you two are well ahead in heading towards the center of town. Do you want to make a grace spread, or do you want to stay back?
If we set the barricade on fire, will that slow down the whalers any?
Well, I mean, it depends. If you can sort of if you're near, imagine they're like heat-seeking missiles towards the 4 of you, right? So if you set the barricade on fire and then you wander off parallel towards it or whatever, they'll turn to you and knock at the barricade. If you all go past the barricade and sort of are near it while it's on fire, then the whalers will hit it, and then you can move on. But you'd have to basically hang back and sort of tempt them towards it. Otherwise, they're going to take the path of least resistance to try and find their way to you.
If I stay behind, we'll.
Yeah, I mean, if any of you stay behind, they will definitely the mob will move towards you.
I might be able to actually move myself a little quicker than I thought. Because I do have under my skill specialties, I have athletics, so I figure that gives me a little bit more oomph to keep moving.
You can take 5 from that.
Okay, so I'll do 5 from that, and then I have superhuman reflexes.
Oh yeah.
So
that's Trump. You matched it, so go ahead and just discard that one, and you're fine.
Okay.
And you can all draw up because this is before the stack. So you're right ahead of the mob. So did you move it? Are you the only one that didn't race ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say that the barricade then is back with you. So so they're going to I'll give you guys one. I'm just going to add people into combat one at a time after each one of your actions. So one of you will go, then one of the mobs, then another one of you go, then another one, and they'll all still have speed 2. So it's gonna be pretty constant barrage from here on out.
Yeah.
So who wants to go?
I'm gonna start out. I'm gonna have Ben Browder give me his
You can put sparks back.
give me his +2 spark to set these animal droppings on fire. I mean,
Yeah, sure.
That's beautiful.
I don't know if I mentioned that the medicinal jam you smoke it.
Okay.
Well, this
It's got-
particular
the
brand is
spark
that way?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Things on fire,
So
always good.
so Ben Browder lights. So you have flaming animal droppings. What are you gonna do with them?
I mean, like set them up on the
Okay.
barricade so that to form
All
like
right.
a wall of fire.
So we'll leave the barricade unchecked for now. You only use the animal dropping. So draw a card from that, and then what do you want to do other than that? You can hold out for your defense, or you can try and you still have your talent should be on the range side because you're starting at combat, right? Mm-hmm. So you can throw the hook in them if you want to.
Yeah, the idea is I'm going to slow them down as much as possible and then catch up with everybody. So
Okay.
I'm not going to stay there forever.
So go ahead and make us. Do you want to make an attack, or do you want to just pass the torch? Save it for defense.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I will attack.
Okay.
This terrifying little boy is flinging hooks around fire. Gonna burn a spark to stun them.
Okay.
That's 4, and that's 8, 11, 13. Will help to burn any more sparks, or is that gonna?
That's fine. Well, okay. So 13. They only have a defense of 4 right now, so that's 9. So that's two health levels down, or two health levels down, which is not bad. And they're stunned, so that'll buy you the entire group another round before they act. Mm-hmm. So essentially, you disorient the mob as they're running towards you with smoke and whatnot. So go ahead and pass the torch. One of you can take another action.
Are they approaching the barricade at this point?
They are, but you're all a distance from it now.
Okay.
So
I can't really use that.
Sean could fire back,
Yeah.
or any of you could spend a spark to sort of, add a ranged attack to your talon, which basically is just the ranged attack of your choice. So I mean, you could throw, you could throw the garden gnome all the way back if you wanted to. You can make any attack range for a spark.
I wanted to close the barricade.
You want to close up the barricade?
Well, I'd like to imagine it's the kind of barricade where people had moved further into the city to try and protect themselves, and so it's one of those barricades that actually has the posts, sharp posts on the outside, and go back and slam it into the group that's coming up.
All right, so
But-
I have a story. I think I have a way I can describe it to make that to
Do it.
close it. Okay, so so I'm going to
take the torch.
Let me take the torch.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to. I see the barricades. You've just started to set it on fire, right? I'm gonna jack that up to 11. I'm gonna set these things on fire like crazy. So I'm gonna do an intellect spread. I'm going to. Let's see. I'm actually going to. I can increase my spread size.
Because of your flame.
Right. So I'm going to burn a spark to do that.
Okay.
So I'm going to make it the spread size 1 larger than normal. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I just go in to burn the crap out of this to get the fire going like crazy. Unfortunately, I am cursed.
Yeah.
So the ice just spreads all over the fire and just ruins the plan. The whole barricade is iced up now, and the ice even goes up onto a nearby building that's just up on the side. and I'm just like trying to just throw firebolts like crazy to do this, and it's just not working. Luckily, the force of I just get frustrated and keep throwing ice lances like crazy, and then it actually breaks the building starts to crumble and falls down, and a bunch of the rubble fills in the gap for the barrier with a little bit of that soldier's luck to fill it in.
All right, that was epically well done. All right, so
Oxford did his own
what is the
fuck up to make it
total
work.
amount of your attack spread?
Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm going to make it 21 with the soldier's luck. 21 with the soldier's luck.
All right.
I think
So-
that's... Oh, and I used curse, so that makes it brutal.
It's 21 brutal damage. So they have a defense of 5 right now because they stole one of your sparks you used, but
Yeah.
that's not much. So that's still 16. So that is actually so that's 4, 8,
Oh, 16. That doesn't really take advantage of the brutal,
You
though.
can throw a spark at it.
I could throw a spark at it. How's that thing looking? We're
That's
not
about half
close.
the mob.
Yeah, so I'll throw a spark
All
at
right,
it.
so that will
Give us one
manage to
more.
give it one more.
Do you get another card for doing the barricade? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Draw a card.
Let's see if... this would be a net gain, so I'm going to burn a spark to add one more to the spread, so that's actually plus one more.
All right, so we'll take out. So that takes out almost half of it right there,
Yeah.
and it puts the burning condition on it, or the freezing condition
Exactly.
on it, as it were.
Yeah.
So now we have Fearer, Icer, and Firer.
And I'm just, at this point, I'm just like throwing ice lances through the air and manifesting like shards of ice to rain down on these things. And the entire time, it is very clear this is not at all what my plan is. This is not what I'm trying to do.
All right, so after that, they are going to go. The wounded one is going to go ahead and take its wound right from that, and they're going to
I'm gonna have an
engage
idea.
you in melee because you're the closest there. So basically, they start like they're hampered. I'm going to give them. I'm going to give them a reduction in their attack because they're basically like there's like ice and rubble, and they're trying to get through it. So it is only an attack of 6. So make it offensive 6. But then the other Chanter mob is also going to go, the other Whaler mob is also going to go because it's now their action, and they're going to burn their sparks to blast you all with a rank 10, rank 10 defense.
So 2.
you have a 6 and a 10,
Okay.
so you're fine there, and you percussive strikes them for 6 back.
Uh-huh.
All right, so that's not enough to take a wound. So there you go.
I think I'm going to take 10 wounds, unless there's a max on it.
6 is the max.
Okay, so I'll take 3 wounds. Okay.
Oh, you didn't drop your turn?
Oh shit! Yeah, what am I doing?
Go ahead and draw it.
I used 6 cards on my turn.
That's why you do the crazy shit on your turn.
Right,
Because then you have
exactly.
it back. It's the defending that sucks.
Yeah, which I'm not going to do much of, but enough to probably try and... I don't want to get... Oh, Steven's fine. I'll get him killed. That's fine.
Okay.
Steven's not the important one.
I don't have a lot that I can put out. I do have 2 defense here, and I do have a 2 grace card, which is just so amazing right now. But since I am going to get hit, I'm going to burn 2 sparks to give them a fear condition.
Oh, you're going to fear them as well?
Yes.
All right.
I hope I get one of those so that I can have a hooker power.
Hooker power?
Yeah.
Eh?
'Cause I've got a hook.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
How much is the attack again?
Yeah, how many
10.
wounds do I take here?
So what your total defense was what?
4.
Total defense is 4, so 6. You're going to take the max, which is 3 wounds. So that's a wound to you, and then both of your compatriots are dead unless you want to dive in the way of that.
You know what, I am, because I'm going to go ahead and use Death Wish. But since I'm choosing to take it, I'm going to go ahead and flip my talons. So
I'll take it. That's great. That's perfect. Good math. So you're going to take 2 wounds and lose 1 of them.
All right, and that means I also get to do brutal damage on the next thing. I have a feeling I'm probably going to eat it this game anyway. I'm going to go ahead and keep the I can hit harder guy.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I'm sad to see Aaron go down, but I get it.
Wow.
I mean, basically, Aaron did the job so that you wouldn't have to kill both of them anyway. Because if you had taken more wounds, you wouldn't have had a choice. You would have to take. So yeah. So Aaron defended him, which is good.
Yeah.
Kept your murderer, kept Aaron's song going.
Yeah.
All right. So you defended against your 6. Do you have a defense against
So
10?
gonna
I
attack
do.
the crap out
Okay.
of these people.
Small but quick, give me a +5. Survivor is going to take me to 6. I'm going to do.
You still have your full defense at this point.
Yeah.
I'm going to do 9. Yeah.
That
so
one
that's
won't
gonna
sneak
reduce to
through. You're fine.
Yeah.
So that's 0 to you. Unfortunately, that was the ranged attack from the other chanter mob or whaler mob. So you don't do your damage back.
Fair enough.
I'm going to use superhuman reflexes to try and dodge a little bit. I unfortunately,
took the
I do
wound,
get
so
to
I
draw
get
a
to
card
draw.
from that. I can also burn a spark, which I'm going to do to draw another card. But my total is 5.
5. So you're going to take 2 wounds. So that's 1 to you, which
And
means I'm
one
going to go ahead and
Steven.
hand you back to 2 sparks.
Thank you for the regained sparks.
And I'm going to hand a spark to everybody else as well. Did you
haven't
still
said
out?
mine yet,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go. There's 1 to you, and 1 to you, because of his incredible font of energy.
Yeah, that radiant blood, it's elemental bond.
Steven, who looks like he wasn't into this to begin with, is on the corpse pile.
Yeah. He never got a lot of character development. Surprised he lasted as long as he did.
So we can't draw up after this, right?
No, this is a defense.
Okay, so
Go ahead and take those back into your hand there,
Oh,
Sean.
sorry about that.
And
I'm trying to hang
when
on
you're
to some
done,
decent grace cards.
I'm
here.
ready for
So,
that torch.
I'm gonna.
Interrupt you now.
Yeah.
I'm plotting.
All right. In an effort to save some strength for the battle, I'm just gonna do 2 defense from my talon, 2 from tilapia.
So you just need to hit 6. Actually, you need to hit
Yeah.
5, because then the spare won't get through.
All right.
3.
7. So altogether.
Okay, so that's going to be 1 wound,
Okay.
which is fine, because you're not dead yet. Okay, so good job there. Who's got the torch?
Hi.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I honestly just do this game to see Mac's face when she gets to murder people.
Right, yeah. +2 murder people.
Yeah.
So what up, Rune Unicorn statue that it still has a hell of a horn on it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
Why
I'm
wouldn't it?
going to pick it up
Yeah.
and heave it so that it just impales right through.
Okay. We take all this time to give you claws, and you never use them.
Well, I do when I get close, but at range.
Right.
Okay.
So actually, burn a spark to make that a ranged attack, but do draw from the from using the that.
Yep. Let me draw.
I'm not going to grant that one to one of the 2 of them. You're too far away.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So.
Oh, sorry, and you are enraged, Jen, because you encountered them in melee combat.
Ah.
So let's see what I have here. Okay. So I have 4 from my talon, 2 from Aaron here. So that's 6. Another 4 from my wounds is 10, and then another. Let's see, 6, another 12. So that's 22. Am I doing that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12, 16, 17, 18, 20. Yeah, it's 20, and it's all brutal damage.
20 brutal damage. Okay, well,
for sure.
they have a defense of 6.
Well, it's
So that
brutal
is
because I'm also
14.
injured.
So that kills it.
does it.
So that takes out that mob.
What? What?
Thanks, Mad TV, for the one memorable thing. All right. So well done. All right. So the chanter mob has sort of rode out to meet you in the front lines there, and that is they can only get access to the front 2 of you. No, actually, they're just going to attack you.
Okay.
Because you're right there.
Yep.
So this is a strength 7 attack.
7. Okay. Oh, yeah, I can deal with this. This is no problem. This is surprisingly no problem, actually, because I not a super graceful person, but so 7 grace.
All right.
2
So
grace
go
cards.
ahead and discard that, and the Chanter Mob has gone. Let's see here.
Have I? Was that attacking me in melee?
It was.
So by avoiding that, I avoided the enraged condition.
No, these are Chanters, not.
Not the Whalers. The Whalers are the
Whalers,
ones.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I wonder if I might just kind of take it from them. I've got a lot of health levels.
That would be 2 wounds, which means you'd kill Jeremy Lin.
Oh shit. But I can take it down to 1 wound and not kill Jeremy Lin, right?
That's true.
So
If you-
7.
So 7. You basically need to reduce it to 3 or less. So
I'll drop my 4 grace
All right,
card.
then you're
I'll
fine,
take
yeah.
my 1 wound. That way I still have, because I kind of want to use this card to attack with.
I understand.
I
All
gotta,
right. So you
my
have 1 more turn before
blasting
the 2 Whalers go again.
I think that's
So
me.
yeah, you might want to let Idalia get rid of those sparks or get rid of those wounds if she can.
Good idea.
possible.
Okay.
Wound as it happens.
Yeah. Each time. I got a rank up.
Every little bit helps.
So I'm going to go ahead and take that broken chant. And again, do I need to make this ranged attack? Because I'm a little bit further away, right?
You are. Well, the thing is who you're attacking. You definitely can get into melee with the Chanters or with the. No, yeah, you can get into melee with the Chanters. You'd have to make it a ranged attack to hit the Whalers.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll deal with what's in front of me because I'm still trying to get to that fragment.
All right.
Yeah.
So the Chanters are what's in front of you, and they have a defense of 3, so they're pretty easy to hit.
All right.
Because they're just people.
All
By the way, this entire Chanter mob is old. Like they're like old because basically these people who've been living in this town. Well, they're not old, but like they have like the just imagine that these are people who survived in town long enough to get the chant late, so that they haven't burned out yet. So like a lot of these people are old or young or like they look like they're survivors but they're not. Like this is basically what happens if you like live in a chanter infested city forever, is eventually you join the mob.
Yeah.
So there's 30 of them and they're all like, like you can almost like see like, like one of them is wearing like there's like ear protection but it's broken on one side. Like, like these are all people who held out.
That's a bummer. All right.
Oh, they're dead now. They're basically ghost bodies.
It's good that they were able to get the sweet embrace of death.
Yeah.
Oh, did you take a wound?
I did take 1 wound.
You still haven't spent a spark.
Oh, jeez, I completely forgot.
So
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a huge. Yeah, I need to just. burn
Kelvin
through
is
these.
basically a generator, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
Just a big old battery, man.
So I take that broken chant and I amplify it with my talon onto the chanters. This combat style takes intellect cards, so which now I have so few. So
Yeah, I'm kind of like feast or famining.
Yeah.
But you can use cards as intellect or
I can turn
grace.
an intellect card into grace, but I actually
Oh,
need intellect
right.
cards on this
I-
one. Wah, wah. So, all right.
You just need to get past 3.
Yeah,
All
then you
right.
can transfer a wound.
So yeah,
So that'll do.
That's
Like,
fine.
are you going to use that trait as a trait or is it?
it's not really appropriate.
Okay.
It removes.
Mysterious, I have that one too.
Yeah.
I was like, how can I use that again?
So I burn a
Not
spark
really.
to get a wound onto them if that's successful.
And so yeah, and so that is 2 brutal damage, right?
Is that
Is that what the wound does for each
No,
one? 3
only
brutal
3
damage.
brutal damage, that's
Okay,
right.
cool. And how much? So you did
5.
5. All right. So actually, that's great because you're going to take out 2 health levels right there, which is not bad. It is definitely a start, and you got rid of one of your wounds, which is definitely a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. So and now the second mob has managed to make it to the back ranks.
The
which
mob
is
of
you.
whalers.
Whalers, yeah. So the Whalers are in the back ranks. That's where you are. So this is coming at you again. This is an attack of 8. You can take those cards back.
Oh yeah.
At this point, too, like the ice barricade is sort of fallen in, and like they're all like sort of clambering over, and they're all on top of you.
I think I can only. I'm enraged, so I can only put out 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Free.
So 5. So that's going to be the max on that, which is 2 wounds. So take 2. So take a wound and kill a person, or burn the sparks on Ben Browder. All right, Ben's strange connection to the supernatural manages to keep him. And I shouldn't be put on the map. So he's alive. All right, so we got 2 more rounds on the whalers again. Next round, the Chanters attack. Who's going to take the spark? Who hasn't gone in this cycle? You went. You went.
I went.
Your ice attack. So it's actually you, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Whee!
But you're right on top of them, so you've been spending all of your cards doing.
Surviving.
Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that wouldn't have done anything anyway because it was a 3.
So you could fall back from the barricade if you wanted to this turn and head towards where the Chanters are, as opposed to continuing to fight in melee with the Whaler mob, or you could stay here. Or if you don't act this turn, you will become hidden.
Right.
And then you can appear wherever you want next turn. Well, if you don't attack this turn, you can do something like a skill spread or like set something up, or fill up the horse trough in case there are any horses around you.
Yeah, I think we're gonna break from the barricade and head towards, back towards.
Okay, so you can make a grace spread to try and move, and you're already going to be at +10. So you can make a grace spread to move through the crowds.
I got. Oh. Bing.
All right, so you rocket ahead, and because you were now hidden because you didn't attack, you can actually pass through the Chanter mob if you want to and head straight towards the center of town, or you can hold yourself. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. You'll appear wherever you need to at the end of the next turn. So go ahead and be hidden. All right, great. So the Chanters don't see you, but they do see Sean and Idalia. So they're going to attack you both. This is a strength 8 attack.
Okay.
Oh, jeez, this might be at the end of Jeremy Lin.
Honestly. Oh, wait. I'm defending that, right? How much is their attack again?
Their attack is 8.
Yikes. All right.
Sam, let Dom know.
Yeah, he wasn't responding in the chat.
Okay. Just let him know. Thanks.
All right, when I make a spread, I can use a card as an intellect card. It's 8?
8.
That's going to be 4 wounds.
Well, the max I can do is 2.
2. It's going to be 2 wounds. Well. I mean, I've got a trait. I can make it a grace and drop it down to 7.
If you can find a way to use Mysterious as a, you can find a way to use. If you can apply Mysterious to this attack, it doesn't need to be a grace to be used in the spread. Traits are universal.
Right. All right, so. God, I'm trying to save Jeremy Lin. This has become very important to me now.
Well,
right.
you have 2 wounds to burn. I mean, well, sorry. Do you have? If you want to use Mysterious to save Jeremy Lin,
I want to do that. Yeah. So I want to use Mysterious to save Jeremy Lin. So I actually, I look to. Just so I'm not stepping on your toes, you haven't described first death for Kelvin yet, have you?
We know Kelvin stayed on the battlefront even though he knew he would die.
Right.
Because he had to die for duty, but we don't know why.
Okay, so I can be more specific than that. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
definitely.
So I'm gonna. So I look to Jeremy Lin and I
look up at Jeremy Lin.
I look up to Jeremy Lin and I say that. Because I see him like shoulder to shoulder with me, just standing with me as they're coming over this barricade. And I say, Jeremy, don't be Linsane about this, okay? We can't get into Linsanity. You need to just leave me be, okay? I've got this. I've got this. This isn't the first time that I've had soldiers willing to stay with me, but it can't be a waste. The last thing I need is to lose troops for no reason when they can use you up ahead. and Jeremy's actually I think notably pretty intelligent. And very well read, and so I mentioned to him the Battle of Lightning Pass, and I tell him that the commander actually told us to leave the fort and to flank around to deal with some incoming troops, and I sent some scouts out to find this unit that was supposedly coming in. Our scouts came back with nothing, so I felt it made more sense to leave the troops back to defend the fort because there were no units coming, so why flank if there's no incoming units? And it turned out they were concealed or cloaked, and they came after all, and had we dealt with the forces before they came, it would have been a better situation, but I ended up getting units killed defending a useless position when we could have actually attacked and been in better position. So I tell him, we need to keep the push, I'll take care of this here. So I can take both wounds?
You'll take both wounds, and you got to hand off Jeremy Lin to somebody else.
That's fine.
He's going to join somebody else's team.
+2 attack.
Oh,
+2 accuracy.
+2 accuracy.
That's okay.
That applies to ranged attacks.
Oh. Well, does anybody else make range? Do you make range attacks?
I can. Well, with a spark, but not.
So it's not really. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
fine.
no,
The
I mean,
important thing is Jeremy Lin survives.
Yes,
Jeremy Lin is going to be the first one to eat it. You realize if I have to negate.
Well, then let me give it to. Will you look? I look to Eerie. I'm like, Eerie, you need to keep Jeremy Lin alive. Will you please keep Jeremy Lin alive?
Oh, now it's worthwhile for you to keep people alive.
Ever since you decided it was, yes.
Yeah, because
Ever since you told me it was important, yes, it became
All right,
important.
take
because I'm
Jeremy Lin.
a damage-taking
I get it.
machine, and
Yeah.
Jeremy Lin will go away.
Yeah, very
Because I'm
quickly.
gonna keep my
Alright,
+2 to murder.
And that gives everybody who needs sparks still. That's 4 back for you, Sean.
Yeah, 4 for me, so that puts me back to max, which is good.
And then, does anyone need sparks?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
the
I
lesson
think
here is
so.
Tara needs to spend sparks.
You know,
because there's no end of sparks coming back as long
Yeah.
as
It's not-
until Kelvin dies. There's
Yeah.
no.
It's not for not trying.
All right.
I got one.
We should hurry up so that we can get Sean out. To
Oh,
his,
don't worry, I have a plan to burn out.
All right.
This is why Kelvin is always going to be like 2 levels ahead of the group. All right, so.
I'll race you to the bottom tonight.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so.
I still need to defend.
Oh yeah. So do you defense 8?
All right, and so I'm trying to hang on to something for any attacks or trying to get to this fragment. So I got my 2 defense. Thank you, Tilapia, for 2 more. And so that gives me
7. So that is going to be 1 wound. So,
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
But I
You-
saved it.
and nobody died.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
important,
As planned.
Okay, so who's taking the shard?
I think we're.
Or who's taking the? Sorry,
I
who's
think we're
taking
top of the round, right?
Yeah.
Can I please go? Like, literally, I need to go?
Okay.
Thank you.
right.
Sorry, I have a comedy show at 9.
I
so,
get next to you.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to. So I realize that unfortunately my fire powers aren't working, which is fine. I'm going to continue to use fire shaping, but I'm going to use Call Lightning. So it's going to be more of like a fiery lightning. I'm going to.
Sorry, you exposed the mob because you hit them and did regular damage. Oh wait, did you do brutal damage as well? You also stunned
anything
them.
I do with giving a wound is brutal damage.
Yep. So
Nice.
you've exposed and stunned the chanters because of your incredible
Huzzah.
gravity powers.
Awesome.
Because of gravity, your powers.
Okay, so I'm going
Gravitas.
to burn 1 to add an additional card to my spread, which I drew courtesy of oh no, but I can only add 1 grace card. So I'm gonna burn the spark anyway. So I'm gonna burn a lot of sparks actually here. So I'm at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I ignore defense, and let's just. Let's do work, guys, because I got a GTFO. That counts for, if I burn out, it gives plus 10, right?
It basically just makes it epic in some way.
Okay, yeah.
So, I'll
I-
let you take the whole
Totally
chanter
awesome.
mob out in one ice explosion.
Yeah. Can I have the chanter mobs? The chanter mobs are just like all over me.
Yeah.
And they're just swarming me, and you just see bolts of lightning shooting out of the mob, like dangerously so, in fact, because it's very clear I can't see because I'm covered in mobs. So there's times where you guys are like dodging lightning bolts, but yeah. So I'm just burning out, just lightning bolts shooting out everywhere, and hopefully finishing off the chanter mob with lightning as it arcs from creature to creature to creature.
You don't need to calculate the damage on that. You
Good.
definitely killed them all, especially because they're exposed and stunned. So you so the chanter mob is out of the way. Okay, so now you're being chased by an almost and by Sean. Go watch Sean's show on Saturdays before this, and watch Sean on Monday Night Dungeon this Monday. So sad you can't be with us, Chan.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
it's.
bummer.
I actually. Here's the thing, and Chan's probably doesn't want to talk about this, but I literally threatened his physical life in real life, and that's why he was like, "This isn't worth it. This is just a game, dude." And I was like, and it was like letters with like newspaper, like you cut out newspaper letters.
The fact that he would bother to get newspapers in this day and age is really.
Actually, this should not surprise anybody who knows me. I do have a newspaper delivered to me, which I read. So
They don't make newspapers anymore, so they're just old newspapers. So like
Right,
this cruise ship guy, we should keep an eye on him.
Sears Roebuck? What?
All right.
thanks so much for having
See
me.
you, Sean.
Hey,
Thanks,
before you
Thank
go,
you.
chuck the torch over here.
Oh, yeah.
Was I sweating?
You are
my God.
RPing.
May your blood.
Oh.
I don't know. The doctor told him.
Yeah, I probably am sweating. See you later, guys.
Bye.
So,
Well, that was a sacrifice that happened.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what kind of death is that when you die for comedy shows?
I know. He's dying for duty.
No, that's
Duty
definitely
jokes.
That's a
Yeah.
bitter death.
It's a bitter death. We'll determine that. I will probably be the one who has to level him up. Yeah, he's definitely just going to keep racing ahead until eventually he gets to his 7th incarnation and then can't die because that'll be the end of him.
Wow.
So then it'll be like me and Sean playing Kelvin as the no, you guys do it. I'm cool. You guys do it.
Just standing in the back.
All right, so
So can I, okay, because I don't have much for attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, and I really want to get to this fragment. So can I sort of do a spread to kind of get ahead, get through, maybe Penelope and her speed helps me out or something, just to kind of,
well, okay, so you
beyond
can
this.
make a grace spread to try and outrun the mob.
all right.
And I can also try and clear some people because I'm ready to attack. those
Well,
people.
at this point, you're one round away from the mob acting again. So 2 of you can act. So if one of you wants to act, and there's no one in front of you because basically the entire Chandra mob went up in a ball in an ice explosion.
Glorious.
In an electric ice explosion, right out of an 80s movie, right out of a Mike Diva video.
Because I want to keep them on me so she can get to
Yeah.
that.
Well, if you
Shrouded.
turn back and go up against the mob, then it will stay fighting you. Well, the mob, the whalers are motivated by trying to suck all your sparks out.
Yeah.
So they're not thinking strategically oh shit, if she gets to the shard we're fucked.
Yeah.
They're just
Yeah.
sparks, and then they'll be right on you.
Okay.
So if one of you wants to go first, then it will definitely I mean, really, as long as you're closer to the mob than Tara is, they're gonna attack you or you. Well, you're gonna show up wherever you want to when this is all done. So
Yeah.
if you can get to the Whisperer, then the 2 of you will be there.
All right.
And hell, you can both burn out killing the shard, and then Mac can walk home sad.
All right.
Provided I'm not ripped apart by what's left.
Oh, that's true. This would be a very interesting way of succeeding in the mission. Guys, we did it. We cleansed the shard, and then
Everyone died.
everyone died.
Wow.
And then and then Ben Browder comes walking with the shard in hand out of the city.
Let's do this. All right.
All right,
So
after you.
I'm going to use killer instincts to kind of dart through and around anything that's sort of blocking my way to kind of get out of this horde.
That'll be your entire party's one free weird application of a trait. So sure, yeah, definitely.
I gotta use something.
Yeah, killer instincts, the dodge thing. Yeah, of course, it makes perfect sense. You guys get 1 a game, and that will be it. Yeah, all right, yeah,
Worth a shot.
yeah.
So,
You're
I was trying to figure out what else is going on with him. All right. Actually, I don't even know if I can do much more. Or is it noble? No. God. All right. So that gives me at least.
well. Okay, here's the thing. Do you intend? Is it your intent to get to this shard and burn out there? Do you believe Idalia has decided that she's not walking away from this?
She's prepared to go down.
Prepared to, or sure she will? Because if it's sure she will and you're driving towards it, it's noble.
That's very true.
Yeah, but if you feel like Idalia is I might be able to pull this out, then no, it's not noble. But if Idalia is well, You're like, fuck, I'm dead anyway. I better get to the
You know
thing.
what? I have in the back of my mind had Eerie's death when he went for it, and so I know that that's a high possibility, a very huge likelihood, and this needs to happen. We need our fighters going against everyone else and to try to hopefully save our people if possible. So, Noble, thanks for that.
Yep.
And so that's 7.
And that's a skill spread?
Actually, it is. Wait, well.
Oh no, but you have to spend sparks. Why don't you
so
spend
good.
sparks? Because your spark fountain is gone. You did.
I'm happy to spend some sparks.
Okay.
Can we? Because.
If you toss a couple of sparks, you can flip your talent.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so let's do that to add 5 to my skill spread.
I'll give it. You don't need to spend the sparks to actually activate it. You can just do it straight.
Oh, actually, I have to do 1 too.
No, but I'll give it to you free because you're flipping it for that reason.
All right.
So good.
So that's 9, 10, 11, 12.
12, sure. You race out ahead as fast as you can. Oh, sorry. Did you add 2 from her?
For speed?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure it counted. I was
Yeah.
I was trying not to be so flippant with my.
She tells you how to be fast.
Awesome.
She's like, no, run, moron. You're like, or she's like holding up the train of your gold cage dress so that you can like actually move your legs.
Good stuff, you're the best. Cool. So that gives it.
So you race up ahead. So you basically make it into. So you're gonna be fighting the Whisperer in a second here.
Holy moly.
And one more of you can go. So you can either like arrive at the Whisperer with her, or you can fight the mob. Either way, the mob's going next, and so is the Whisperer. So you're all going to take some. It might be advantageous for you to go next, so that there's another target for the Whisperer. Otherwise, I don't think she can. She won't be able to stay up.
Yeah, it's more important that she
Okay,
stays
guys.
up. I mean, I'm going to try not to eat it because I can do some.
So
real
you arrive
damage.
at the Whisperer. The Whisperer has a defense of 6.
Thanks, Eerie. I need to come through.
All right, how are we gonna do this? Want to make an attack? Start with Blur of Motion.
Yes.
We're going to do it there. 8. What's their defense?
6 is a Whisperer's defense.
Ugh. 8. I'm at 11. Burn 2 of these for 15.
Okay.
Do I get any bonuses from these guys, or are they too far behind?
You can get the killing one. Yeah, they because of by strange mechanic of this game, they arrive with you.
Fair enough.
So because you have to protect them, and so it works. So you can get the +2 to killing from or actually he just ran up ahead the whole time. Like as soon as we started fighting, he's like "fuck you" and and ran ahead. So he was Chopperello was just there when you got there.
He knows.
Yeah. So go ahead and add him. So what do you got total?
17.
17. Okay. So that is 11. So that's going to take out both of these 4s and not this 6. So you take the significant damage to the Whisperer, which is good news. And I'm going to get Careless Whisper to play out of my phone if it kills me. I spent all this time designing the actual chant, which we're going to like debut eventually on the show, probably in the final battle, where I had like these, people who speak Latin, like learning to like building an ancient song of misery to sing in a chant that we can then play on the show. And then Careless Whisper became a much better version of that idea.
I did like that cover. That was pretty excellent.
We're here just to ruin things for you.
Yeah. All right, so the Whisperer is going to go. Dom, you can tell me through the system here whenever we reach critical mass on playing Careless Whisperer without rights. Okay. And he is going to telekinetically slam. No, he's going to telekinetically grab you. So that is an automatic hit, and that reduces your spreads by 1, but you're still enraged. So your attacks are the same, but now you have no defense. And then he is going to Piercing Whisper you, which is going to give you a wound. So take 1 wound and an affliction, which I will find. And add that to your discard pile.
I think this is going to be the closest fight we've had so far on this.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, the mob has reached Mac, and this is a. That's as much as we're allowed to do.
All right.
Can I suggest that this is the better alternative to the song?
Okay.
Chant, tick a chant, tick a tick a chant, chant, tick a chant, tick a chant, tick a tick a chant, chant, tick a chant.
Oh my
I get it.
Chant, chant, tick a chant.
Dear.
Nice. All right. So they are going to do a. They're going to attack you for 8, Mac.
Oh god, I could have really used that like Shadow Wolf right now because I can
Where
only
did you
lay down
go,
the one
Shadow
card. That's all I can lay down.
All right, so that's 4. So half of that is 8, which is max 2. They do 2 wounds to you, so you have to give one on. You have to kill
Yep.
your dude.
Sorry,
I was
Aronson.
hoping to stun this was right off.
Well, you will have a chance because it is now back. So now,
Hold on though.
this-
Since they did that,
yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and burn 2 sparks to give them a fear condition.
Okay, they're feared.
They're feared.
Okay, actually, which reminds me, they were
They're
actually
feared.
already on fire from a previous condition, so they're going to go ahead and take 2 wounds at the top of their action. Or yeah, so that's fair. Okay. Now you have 2 more rounds before either of them go again. So and it's the top of the actions, right? Or have you gone yet in this
I
cycle?
haven't gone yet.
Go, do some damage.
That's what I'm hoping to do, especially since they just hit me. So
about to.
power from pain,
Yep, perfect.
which is also gonna let me draw another card. So which gives me crude but effective.
Right, of course. You want to throw in a horse trough at him?
Well, actually, I was
Or a
going to
garden
use
gnome?
those claws that you're being
Oh,
pissy
okay,
about because
sure.
I already do brutal damage right
perfect.
now.
Go ahead.
Because I'm really fucked up. So I'm going to go ahead and put in, I guess, like every card I have in my hand.
All right.
And then math. So let's see. So this one is worth 6 right now, and then another 5. So that gives me what, 11?
11?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
So 11 so far.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And then
I don't think
another
you're capable of doing less than what you're about to do.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, and let's go ahead and just make it 30.
30. Okay. So that's 30 brutal damage. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct.
And hold on. I have put the chat on because we are working without working without Sam right now. Sam had to leave, so as Chat has already figured out, Dom is running the show remotely, which is amazing.
Thanks.
Here's the fun thing:
Kudos,
Dom's
Dom.
not using a computer. He just has, by force of will alone, he is controlling. He's a mentat essentially. He's taken the juice of Sappho, and his thoughts have acquired enough speed. He's looking. I love how in that movie they're like, well, we don't have computers anymore because they made terrible AI. So they have the mentats, which like basically take drugs to be like incredibly fast, but they still have to like look at like high like data asking for information style things. So you see a bunch of mentats just staring at like lights that flash rapidly at their head. Anyway, so that's what Dom's doing.
I can identify.
30 brutal damage. Okay, so that is, they have 9 defense because they're full up on sparks. So that is still 21 brutal damage. So 21 divided by 4 is what?
5.
Don't make me math any
5
more
plus
than I have.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That brings them down to only 4 health levels left. Okay, one more round until both enemies act. Who wants it at the top of your round?
Man, this is not.
What is the situation I'm in now?
Yeah, we're in front of
You're held, so that reduces your all your spreads by 1.
Not ready to die
And
yet.
you're going to take a wound at the top of its action automatically, and then it can still attack. So if you, what I'll say is, if you want, even though you're like team keep them alive, you can sacrifice one of your human attendants to like get released. But you might also want to let Idalia go so she can pass pain or
Get
something.
the shard.
shard.
It's protecting the shard too, so like you could you could try and put a very high grace spread together to like get through the telekinetic field and get your hand on it. But also if Idalia hits it, she's going to apply a bunch of status effects to it. which might help you out a lot.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm
See what you
thinking.
can
So I'll try and attack first. I can do more spreads anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Intellect. All right.
Because, yeah, I'm gonna.
And definitely.
Another bitter death. Here I come. Jesus.
This is not a command. All right, so I'm going for the whisper. I get.
You have no choice.
I
He's not around.
got. Yeah. I want the sword. So I get 2 intellect cards.
Okay.
For 7. And if that's
So 7.
if that's successful, let me see.
Well, you're going to hit him. You're going to get 1 in.
And I'm gonna give it
Pass pain.
I'm gonna pass pain, which also
So it's 2 brutal damage.
yeah.
So that's going to give it. That's going to stun it
Wait.
and expose it.
Actually 3 brutal damage.
3 brutal damage. It doesn't really matter because you haven't done enough to. It's still going to just take out 1 health level,
Yeah, right.
but that's still going to stun it, which means it's going to add another turn before it acts, and expose it, which reduces its defense by 2 going forward.
Phew.
So you stun exposed it. I
right.
actually think that stunned means that it is. Hold on.
Ah.
Let me double check. This is Dom. You're in the chat. Who is the? What is our viewer who hates it when we read from books? Because he's gonna love this. -2 attack, which doesn't really matter because it's not gonna act yet. And then. So yeah, so that's the end. Do you want to keep taking actions?
I want to try to keep getting at that. Now that they're stunned, I want to try to get at that shard.
Okay, so if you give me the best gray spread you can put together.
All right. I'm gonna save this guy. Let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna burn a spark to get 5 from my talon.
Okay.
And this is what specialty applies here? God.
It's a skill spread, so you probably can't apply a specialty that you don't have one of those specialties, but you can definitely apply 5 because of Thought Coil.
Yeah, so I did that with my spark, and oh wait, is that my? All right. 10, 16.
All right.
I guess speed doesn't really help too much. Yeah, I think I'm at 16.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you can like just barely get your fingers on it. So you have 2 choices. Oh, you have plus. Did you add your +2 speed from Penelope Pitstop?
I was just wondering if that applied.
Of course, yeah. You're faster. Yeah.
I'm trying not to be too abusive of my stuff. All
No,
right.
you're
Abuse away.
You're so polite.
18, babe.
Mac has been like funneling her characters into the death furnace, and you're like, I don't even want to use their abilities. That seems rude.
I'm just nervous about it now. So okay, so that makes me 18 then. For a little extra.
Do you want to try and apply a trait to see if you can push her up a little higher? If you can throw a trait at this.
Make sure I'm not missing something. No.
From where I am, I'm still kind of tied in, but I feel like I've been in bear hugs before, and I've still managed to kick rocks. Maybe even that garden gnome's just sitting around there and just like, pa!
Okay.
Kick it in their head.
Can I
all
burn
right.
a spark to help his draw limit? 'Cause
No.
That's what okay.
Oh, but you can also burn sparks in this test. Do you want to burn sparks towards
beautiful.
towards the goal here? Because he's going to give you 1.
Oh.
Give me 1 more and you'll hit, what is it, 30 or 20? 20.
Why? All right.
Yes, that's it. So you manage to get your hands on it. Now you know how this goes. You need to put 25 sparks collectively as a wing.
Wow.
You need to put 25 sparks through this thing to burn it out. So,
Damn it, Kelvin.
but if you burn your last spark, it counts as 10. 10 additional ones. So if you vaporize here, you'll add all the sparks you have plus 10, and then it's up to, I don't know how much you've got left, Chan.
We got 12.
I've got a decent number, and I'm gonna die soon anyway. So if you're willing to burn out, I think we can cover the rest of the distance.
This has become my mission. This chanting thing is like I'm about this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15.
So that's 15. So you just need to collectively put in. Actually, Chan, you're close enough. You have to do it. Do you have 10?
Yeah.
Do you have 10 and not dying?
Actually, I do.
All right, so
Ooh.
that's enough.
Ooh.
So Mac, you can keep them because these this mob actually has 5 sparks on it. So Chan's gonna have to go back and see if you guys can finish it off. But so it could probably kill either of you, and probably will. But don't die yet.
Kill my
So
soldiers.
what's that?
Does this kill my
No, your soldiers are fine. In fact, they move over to them.
Awesome.
So, well, now if they're going over to Mac, they're not so much fine. But
Just jump into that wood chipper there.
Use your bones as weapons.
I'm like referential city today. There's they got bad lip reading. Like,
Yeah.
does like full music videos sometimes, and the one for Carl Papa, which is Carl Grimes from The Walking Dead rapping, has a line about how everything is bones, 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 gonna hit you in the femur with another femur that I found lying on the ground. And I'm like, that is the most our game line. So you're dead. Congrats.
They've been good to me. Treat them up.
Okay, so
Whoa.
you have to go to Mac because you're full
Yeah.
up. So the question is.
Seriously,
Sorry,
though, Varya, come on. Don't be
I wasn't on purpose. You guys know what my purpose is, and that's to get hit a lot.
Don't be a dick.
That's not being a dick.
So that would count. I think that's either a death for duty or a death for. I mean, you're sacrificing
my
yourself
own
for others, but not really, because like it's not like you could have waited a few minutes and like
Yeah.
It's not like the Whisperer was about to kill Chan, although it might have
Right.
been. So I would say right now that's probably an elemental death, which doesn't hurt to add a little bit of explosions to your thing.
It's appropriate.
Braid points out in the chat, the only game where you can nicely say, you're dead, congrats. All right. Meanwhile, all right, so the mob is going to try and kill you.
Of course they are.
I'm gonna have to now. They have to burn a spark every turn to stay up
Okay.
because they no longer have the shard to go with them.
Just in case
so-
they don't die.
Right. So this is a rank 9 attack.
All right. Well, I do have superhuman reflexes.
Perfect.
And I'm going to burn a spark to draw another card.
Do it.
And hopefully we'll see what we get here.
And I'll give you 5 for superhuman reflexes because these guys are pretty slow at this point. So you're staying
Okay.
ahead.
I'm not going to use the. Well, if I'm gonna get hit anyway, then this is helpful for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and put down horrific vision
All right.
as well.
Oh shit! And they just lost 2. They just fearer and fire, or I think it's ice and fearer took 2 of their wound levels off anyway. So
Yeah.
like they're pretty
And
bad off.
with tilapia, actually, I have 10.
All right, you're fine. You managed to put it together.
What?
And you're exposed for their next attack for whatever that matters. All right, so they have 2 more rounds before they act again. So
Smashy, smashy. Smashy.
Chan, you're free. And so, but Mac, you took the torch. So what are you gonna do?
Ruthless.
Okay.
Let's see. I think I get to draw another card. That's like worth a million things now.
If you can, they're exposed. So you've already just killed them, I believe. Especially because you're doing brutal damage, right?
I'm doing brutal damage. I'm getting basically double my wounds. So I already have like, let's see, 10. And then 11, and then another 4 over here, that's 15, and then another 9.
It's a lot. You killed. So you take them out. Well, wait, hold on.
So
They
what,
have-
24?
Oh, so it's actually. Yeah, okay, I was like, maybe she'd. Nope, you got it. So here's the unfortunate. Well, not unfortunate. It's actually kind of fortunate because we need. It's about time for the 2 of you to sort of catch up. The way it works is if you have the chant in you and you have no way of getting rid of it, which you do. You have the 1 affliction card, and you have less than 3 wounds. You die on the way home. So, because you'll eventually cycle the card enough that you'll hit the wound before you can heal it back up. So you don't have Idalia to keep you up, and you don't have any other way of healing. So essentially, you last for like the better part of the day, like helping Varya clean up. And then eventually, like, you know, whisper the chant into a dark room somewhere and then, like, collapse in a pile of clothes or whatever it is that happens you dropped.
And then finally I can murder everyone who did live.
There's one in front of you. Well, here, actually, I got a D6.
No
There's 6 of them left. Hold on.
Oh,
so
boy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Come on.
So it is Officer Copperfield. I'll let you push it one direction, so you can pick one of yours if you want. You end up infecting one of them, and Varya has to put them down. So one of them drops.
Fucking euthanized soldiers now. Wow.
Get to.
Yeah.
Jesus.
All right, so Sam. Yep. So Cloverfield chants up, and Varya has to murder her.
I tried so hard.
You did a good job.
I'll make
You
it
did
quick.
great.
I'll just do the movie Neck Snap thing.
Yeah.
I'll be like,
All right, so that's a death for you. That can definitely be a Durant death because you like weren't strong enough to succeed the chant. That can also be a bitter death. I would normally, and I'm willing to be convinced. Like, I don't think you need to die. You're a rank ahead of everybody as it is right now, except for Kelvin.
Yeah.
So like, I think you should survive and bring the shard home.
well, I think it's amazing that I did, so I'm going to go ahead and hold on to that because I really didn't think I was going to live.
Fight your
Okay.
ass off. Yeah.
So what's actually going to happen then for next session is that you stay in town, like, and help clean up. Like once maybe Eerie manages to get to the edge of town, like as he's like slowly, getting in trouble. He infects one of the soldiers. You kill it. He realizes he's in trouble. Races to the edge of town. Announces that the all clear. Dies, runs off in the woods to die like a cat. They send the larger military in. Also, Beans and Ink reconnect with the wing, and the three of you help clean it up. And you're out in the field long enough for all your wounds to heal. You're out enough days that you're fine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the three of you are all going through your crucible, so you're all crucibled up. We'll level you up at the beginning of next session, and then eventually you're told in the Grand Eerie. You're told in the Grand Eerie that you where your next target is, and that's basically to track back where the shard came from, and you're sent out to the same area that you were sent into before. So we'll start the next game with like the remainder of the wing marching up on you, having like basically been living in this ruined town. I don't know, like chasing down animals. For no benefit, because you don't need to eat. But still, you're still doing it. It's like,
I just enjoy the
out.
chase.
Hanging out.
Hunting and gathering just for fun.
Gathering? What's this gathering?
Berries. What kind of?
all right, so congratulations. We now have what? You're both rank 3 Phoenixes. You're a rank 3 Phoenix. I think Ink's rank 3, right? So next game we'll have all 3 rank 3 Phoenixes. Next game or all 4 rank 3 Phoenixes, which will be
cheers
really
again.
nice. You're still going up against more Chanters, so it's going to be a slog. We'll also have some good roleplay experiences, and next week would be a great time for you folks at home to test out the roleplay negative versions of their flares.
That's going to be fun.
I know you love it.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but at the same time, I don't think anyone else is going to love it at this table.
You'll tackle a poor innocent person, and the wing will have to pull you off. That sounds great. While Idalia is commanding all of this like soldiers to worship at her feet, it'll be a fun time. And there's all kinds of other stuff you guys can do to play with us. Also, myself and Mac and Sean will be on Monday Night Dungeon Fight on Monday for the championships.
Yeah.
I was totally going to have some sort of terrible conspiracy where like all 3 of us work together towards the end, and now Chan will be there.
No.
Now it's 50-50, so it's not even worth it.
Yeah, your conspiracy wouldn't have worked anyway, because have you met me?
Yeah, that's true. You'll just murder me.
No.
But there's all kinds of great shows on the channel, which I'm sure most of you have heard me say before. But new to the channel is Tom Lommel's show, which newest show, which is a DM prep show. And it's interesting because my girlfriend is also prepping Storm King's Thunder which is the new 5e adventure, and she's watched that show and she really enjoys it. And I don't remember what day it's on, but I'm sure Dom in the chat can tell you. I think it's either Wednesday or Thursdays, and that's just sort of Tom talking you through how he's going to prep his games, and it's really cool. Check that out on the channel. I think that's a great resource for Dungeon Masters. Of course, there's all kinds of great... Friday this week, we have Never Tell Me the Odds, the Star Wars show, but with the Dark Sun cast. So that should be really fun. I also know that at some point along the way, we already have Michael Holmes set to appear in one of the Dark Sun games. And I believe Sean Graham has built him the ink equivalent in the Dark Sun campaign, so that should be fun. And then, of course, we're back next week after Dark Sun, both worth your time. And apparently, Disorganized Play with Tom Lommel has not locked into time. There you go. So just subscribe so that you'll get the alerts. And while you're subscribing, you still have time to donate to our Patreon, which will get you into the exclusive chat with myself and Keith Baker coming up soon, where we'll build the rival wing. We'll go through all of how character creation goes in Phoenix Dawn Command, and we'll build the rival wing that will menace / compete with this wing, and it's going to be only for Patreon backers. And check that out; that's really fun. I don't know any. I mean, again, this is like Gary Gygax showing up for your D&D stream. It's so cool. Keith still plays with us, and thanks Keith for the help with the Whalers today. Anyone have any plugs before we get out of here?
Actually, yes. Tomorrow night, I am going to be at the Starving Artist Variety Show at Bar 1 in NoHo. I'm actually co-hosting, and oddly enough, considering all of this gloriousness, I am singing a Broadway song with my friend Whitney tomorrow. So come out and see us. It's 8 o'clock, and again, that's Bar 1 in NoHo.
Mm-hmm. Jan, if people want to race from their chairs to get somewhere in town, you're going to sing the national anthem.
Yeah, sure. Go to the Pack Theater. Well, they're doing another show. You Should Love Wrestling, which is another podcast. They're doing a live recording of that, and also a show called Del Closed Fist, which is long form improv with professional wrestlers. Don't know what that is, but I'm stoked as hell to go see it.
Nice.
Wow. Another thing I've been watching that we've been enjoying, and maybe a lot of you already do, it's been kind of like our next step after like Adventure Time. Steven Universe.
It's so good.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
All right?
It's so good.
All right.
Yeah.
But the fan base is so weirdly problematic. It's the most progressive fucking cartoon, and yet like they've driven like so many creators off of Twitter because they're like mad at like people like validating
It's
shit.
not gay enough.
Yeah,
God,
or
that's
like
so
don't
common.
ship those two characters, ship the other two characters. You're essentially Hitler.
I'm so over fucking shipping wars, and I'm always in ones that are super contentious, and I'm really tired of that. So anyway, enough about my
Rebecca
shipping.
Sugar was at the Grove Barnes and Noble yesterday signing her new book. You know about that, right?
No.
How far are you into it?
Season 2, like
Right.
about a few, several episodes.
Right near the end of the season 2, there's a show called The Answer, and they turned that into a children's book, and it is
Ooh.
fantastic.
All right.
Oh God,
Nice.
love that
Like,
show so much.
Fuckwad, you're gonna get your wish on that sign up. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, for some reason it popped in my mind to compare it to like Steven Universe is like the master of none of cartoons in a way. Think about that for a while and tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. I find it inappropriate.
I'm gonna buck up and pay like $23 on Amazon Prime to get access to Gravity Falls, so I can show
Gravity
Lemon.
Falls is so
It's
good.
so good,
Yeah.
and I cannot wait. There's so much good shit out there. All right, so we've realized now because Samproof had to leave early, and Dom is controlling from back home. He's controlling with a 30-second break. Right? So first off, I'm going to plug one more thing, and then we're going to do a 30-second like Police Squad style pause so that he can cut out of it. So we're going to freeze frame for 30 seconds.
Oh no.
So Fuckwad, you're going to get your wish there. Another thing that I want to plug, because someone asked in the chat today about your tattoo. And I cannot love you as a cosplayer more. Check out Gotham Public Works and all the I saw like an old group shot, and I was like back in the day, the original cast, and I was like, man, they were so good.
Yeah,
and in a world of like really oversaturated cosplay, especially like oversaturated Harley Quinn cosplay with the new Harley Quinn, which I'm not saying is bad, I'm just saying it's like literally everywhere. Like just your Harley was so good, and it's just I just love it.
I
Go look at it, America.
I appreciate that, and like it's been blowing my mind like lately that I've realized like, oh my god, I was like the first one. I think I was the first. Anyway, so I'm also trying to spread that because I think it's true, but that blows my mind because it's so
Well, I mean,
huge.
it's nice that like occasional media outlets will like let you write an article about Harley Quinn because you would just have those credentials.
Yeah, no, I keep on getting asked too, like if I'm gonna for these panels at New York Comic Con with these huge people, but I have to already be going there, so I'm just like can't do it. But I don't know if I can sit in a room with Jimmy Palmiotti and them and just be cool. So
I understand.
about the self, maybe it's for the best.
I love Amanda Connor's art.
But
End of sentence. All right, so
yeah, so that's Harley Quinn tattoo. I got it. I don't know, at least a decade ago or something now.
you were
so.
kind of the first on that one as well.
Maybe, yeah. Most people did like the actual. I wanted more symbolic because, like, why would she get a tattoo of herself? Because, you know. But so I went for the symbol of it. But yeah, that's what that is. Been around for. I had to retouch it up because red is tricky. But yeah, thanks for asking.
All right, so we're gonna freeze frame out. We'll see you next week here on Phoenix Down Command. We love and miss you, Keith, and see you next time. Oh, and we love and miss you, Mike.
Yeah.